Got it.
Welcome to the flow state.
Welcome.
Welcome to the flow state.
Flow state, baby. It's the flow.
Flow state, baby. Gotta let the dog out.
Hesitate. This is the flow state.
Flow rider. That's where we be. That's where we be at. Flow rider, man.
Where we're at.
That's where we all be at.
It's
We're all in Florida.
Because I live in Canada.
So
everything.
I was singing, but I was muted, so you guys didn't hear me.
Oh,
Darn.
Our friend Martin
Okay.
let me know he couldn't make it tonight because he was kind of pooped, but
Oh, that's okay.
I'm going to go ahead and give this appreciation moment anyway because he sent me an amazing piece of art. You guys are going to flip when you see this.
I'm excited.
It is wild. So,
Slip.
okay, I'm flipping the camera. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. So it's this. He lacquered this base and he carved slots in the base to hold these selenite towers.
Fuck yeah.
oh.
Got this like elk right here that sits in the front and this painted piece of glass.
Dude.
Yeah. And this is like the shell bug lacquer he was telling us about.
Oh, dude.
And then back here, there's a slot for a tea light candle.
Aw.
So let's see what it looks like in the dark.
Yo.
Dude.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That man is a
Yeah.
wizard.
Martin
like a
is
white
incredible. Now, I also want to share, because I don't want to pick it up and like take it all apart, but there's a carving on the bottom, or a wood burning, I'm sorry. So I'm going to have to scroll for a second to find it, but here we go. It says, in my mind's eye, I see you, auric field ablaze, divine, current flowing between the still point, harmony restored by chance, this fractal one resonating with the infinite.
Aw. And then his
No,
initials.
So cool.
That is amazing.
That man is a wizard.
It's
I
one of
love
the
how
most
many
incredible-
things happen because of you, Chance. I think about it every time someone says by chance or happenstance or chance. It's chance.
Well, Gandalf says there's no such thing as chance. I tend to go with what Gandalf says.
Wise man.
Well, that could be true too. That you're just an avatar, and that the real chance can't actually exist. There's no chance left.
One of the definitions of chance in the dictionary is the absence of concept.
Nice.
Liminal space between thoughts and ideas.
Interesting.
Well, I'd say that you definitely are that, because that's like your expertise is to facilitate that process. And I've noticed when it's going truly perfectly that you're not doing anything.
Those are the best shows.
Like that Cthulhu show last night
Which
didn't get
was
to watch that yet.
fire. Dude, that was so much fun.
That
I
was
had so much
brilliant.
fun. I think we opened up a can of tentacles though. I was a little bit worried, I'm not gonna lie, but
like I said, maybe
It
the
was fun.
tentacles are because he has so many tentacles because Cthulhu just wants to give us all a hug at the same time.
Mm.
yeah, slimy.
They
Mm.
make art like that in Japan.
Yes, they do. Not more than hugs though.
It can even
I've
be
told
more
this story
intimate than a
before,
hug,
but-
in fact.
A long time ago, I had a Cthulhu dream with Jim in it, where we were trying to escape from a swamp, and it wasn't exactly Cthulhu. It was kind of like pirate Cthulhu. He had
Like
he had a
Davy
pirate suit on.
Jones.
Yeah, like from the Pirates of the Caribbean, but he was huge. And Jim was trying to hack a computer that was underneath a swamp house that was on stilts, and I was flying around, as I always fly in dreams, and I was keeping Cthulhu Pirate distracted while Jim figured out a way to get us out of there.
Wow.
That's amazing. I need some
Chance-
paper towel. I'll be back.
Chance, I think your dream is going to correlate with where I'm going to start steering the Cthulhu research.
Swamp, yeah, dude. Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad that I just thought of that dream because Louisiana.
You got it, buddy. And guess who? Guess who? One of the famous founding figures of Louisiana is. His name is Lafayette. But a lot of people, the English speakers, they pronounce his name Lafitte. And what is the shape of Louisiana?
Foot.
Looks like a boot. A boot.
It's in the shape of the feet. And
There's also constant like paranormal activity referenced in towns that have the name Fayetteville.
yeah, buddy.
Fayette, the Fay.
Fayette. Yep.
Yes,
the place
that's a
of the
big connection.
Fae. Yeah, man. And Alan, you and I were rapping about that, about the man, the figure of the man.
Yeah.
And his feet are right there in the gateway of the Mississippi.
Dipping his toes in the water.
Yeah.
Does
That's
anybody
cool.
know what we're talking about when we look at the border outlines of the states on the continental United States map? Starting at Minnesota in the north being like a chef's hat, and then following that down to see the outline of a body of a man facing eastward.
Wow. Facing eastward? Like his head is facing eastward?
This
Yeah,
is
like his eyes are looking eastward.
This is his nose, and his eyes line up
Let us see
perfectly with Providence. The eye of Providence. He's looking right at that 41st parallel.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to be a master weave. And I think this is a pharaoh's hat. This is a pharaoh's cap, like the ones that you were showing us, Chance. The types of 3 different types of hats.
Wait a moment. They drew a man with a pharaoh's
The
hat
hat.
on the map of America.
Yeah, buddy.
And this is going to be important when we consider other Egyptian cities that appear in the United States of America. We might consider
all
Memphis, Tennessee.
Yup.
There's another city. There's a famous
There's
city
a
in
Cairo
Egypt.
somewhere.
Yes, Cairo, Egypt. Where is Cairo on the United States of America map?
It's right there in the middle of my, it's at ground zero. It's at the umbilical cord, the belly button.
It's
The
the
pla- the-
navel.
The center place, the placenta.
So is there a queen?
Oh, that would be cool. Virginia is he has a protruding Tennessee that Alan described as like maybe a turkey leg or
Yeah,
some
it's
other-
like it's like the chef is holding a plate and there's food on the plate. It's kind of how I saw it as a child, not thinking in terms of, well, it's kind of at dick level there, so it could be that as well.
and it's
A throbbing
penetrating
gristle.
and it's penetrating into Virginia.
You have to look at the continental United States map and then begin to see the man,
Is New
the
York
boots.
New York State is her face?
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Iowa. The head is in Iowa.
Iowa.
So
Yeah.
point to Iowa on the map, and then you'll see that little nudge there is kind of the nose.
Oh no, I was thinking if there was a queen. I can see that. That's
Okay.
totally clear.
So Slick Dissident posted a video in our Telegram, and the topic of the video was about borders of states. And of course, there's the Four Corners area, everyone's familiar with that area where you can stand in one spot on the map and then be in 4 different states at once.
The golden ratio.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, has anyone made a map where they've circled the border places where 3 states meet? So I began to create a map where I was putting circles around each place where you get a Y formation. And I was trying to count them, how many of those exist on our map. And then I was like, what area of the map has the closest proximity of 3 states that meet at a border point? And then it happens to bring me to this area known as Cairo, Illinois.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
That's my X marks the spot. That's my center.
So it
Okay,
is
yeah.
like a centrifugal energy point almost. Like it starts from there, so it's smaller and it spreads out as it goes, as if the
Yeah,
something
and
like that.
the reason for that is because there are rivers. The rivers are a confluence point at this point in Cairo, Illinois. You wouldn't think that Southern Illinois would connect with Memphis, Tennessee, but Memphis and Cairo.
What's the elevation?
That's a great question. Another
Yeah.
question I would add to that is where's the layer of the map that shows the pyramids that they have found in what we currently call the United States of America, the continental USA?
Yeah.
And how close are those pyramids to rivers?
Yep.
Lots of questions.
Yeah, especially if there's a lot of theory out there about certain mountain ranges being hollow and them being ulterior to a pyramid that was once melted buildings or what have you, which some mountains just form perfect pyramids on their own. So like that I live in Northern California. We have a lot of mountains, and so sometimes I look at something, I'm just like, if that ain't a goddamn pyramid, I don't know what is, baby. Could that look like perfect?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so Da Vinci has one of his earliest sketches. It's just a hand sketch of a landscape, and he's kind of at an elevated position looking down on a valley, and there's a mountain face included in his landscape, and very subtly included on the mountain face, it looks like the mountain is made out of some very nice right angles, the kind of stuff that Michelle Gibson really digs into,
Mm.
And it's almost like one of his first hand drawings. Even as a novice, as a beginner, he was telling us that some of this is handmade by maybe very large hands.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
That's awesome.
When
So-
was the timestamp on that? Do they have any like a timestamp of that area? Like any, like even on mainstream narrative?
I'm not sure, but my best hint is that it's one of his first sketches, and it's not. I don't think it's colored in. It's just kind of brown penciled sketch. And if you're just scanning through images, it'll jump out pretty quick, because you'll see that it looks like this wall is overgrown with nature and shrubbery, but there's very clearly some right angles buried under the shrubbery that he seems to have been alluding to.
Wow.
Yeah,
Like to see that.
yeah, it's right up your alley, man.
I liked what you were saying about Louisiana. or Louisiana, which could sound like Lucy Anna. I wonder if that's the home of Lucifer. It's like
Yeah,
Lucifer lives in
dog.
Louisiana.
You got it. You got it, Alan. That's the devil card in my territories, bro.
There we go.
That's it.
Lucy's another term for LSD. Speaking of LSD.
Nice. Nice. Who just jumped in? Did I hear Rachel?
Oh no, that's me.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, yay!
Does anyone have anything ready to read?
See,
Rowan was showing me some pretty cool stuff that he said he was going to read.
yeah, I got my Fulcanelli. Was hoping to have y'all beautiful weavers be able to decipher some of this alchemical situation going on in here.
Gabe's face.
I'd love some Falconelli, brother.
Yeah,
Let me hit
I'm
it.
all about it. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Let's do some Falconelli.
Just some light reading to start us out, you know?
Don't you know?
Well, I gotta tell you guys
Don't
a crazy
you know?
story first. So I went looking for this mythical place over here in Boise. There's like a thrift, like a arts and crafts exclusive thrift store. So you go in there and it's only arts and crafts. And it's huge. It's like there's this huge, beautiful garden center. And it's like got all this cool stuff, and it's time for gardening to start. So it's totally full. And I can't find this place. I'm like, it says on the big sign outside that this is the place. And so I actually left and went back to my truck and looked it up on the internet to make sure I was in the right spot. And I went back, and upstairs, the entire upstairs was all like paint supplies and sewing supplies and like paper and like everything arts and crafts. And I've been telling myself that when I run out of clay, I'm going to stop making stuff in clay. I'm going to move on to drawing or painting or something else. And so of course I go there and I find all of this damn clay for nothing. And so it's like, well, I guess I'm going to continue to be working in clay for a while because I keep finding more. Here's the receipt, the reuse market. That's what it's called. But yeah, I just thought that was a perfect synchronicity for my me telling the universe that I'm going to stop working with Fimo. Well, plus, like, I really thought I was going to run out because I bought these two specially shiny, like I got a black and a gold sparkly one.
Oh,
but these are like $3 each for only this much. And so when I went to the regular craft store and I saw how expensive it was, I'm like, I'm definitely getting out of this business because I am not spending. Like, I bought all the stuff that I was working with so far, like at a yard sale or something for cheap, like with all this equipment with it and everything. But anyways, I'm excited to hear Fulcanelli. If I'm being loud at all, please somebody mute me. It's a little harder for me to mute myself because I'm using the phone, but I don't have any echo, so that's a blessing.
Hey Sean, how do you make God laugh? You tell him your plans.
Tell him your plans. That's right. Yes. God, I plan to stop messing with this clay.
Fuck you.
That's right.
So,
God,
before you get started, I just want to share my this dry erase board because I'm about to erase it. These are some of my notes from the H.P. Lovecraft decode that we did.
ooh.
And it's just kind of funny because we're all doing crafts right now. We're all making love to our craft.
Yeah, exactly.
So Howard Phillips Lovecraft breaks down to many things, potentially. And maybe none of these are correct, but they're all very interesting. I've got HO as in H2O, water. And a ward is a guardian. So we have water guardian. His middle name,
Oh.
Phil Lips, as in fills your lips. And And then I flipped love to be evil, and craft is ship. So the water guardian fills lips with the evil ship. Just some
Dang.
interesting things to think about. But then I think this one is kind of neat. I like this one. We have the word fill is in file, means to love. And his last name is Lovecraft. So that's two loves. So then I broke it down to how to love Red Spillcraft, which is like blood magic, blood money, sex
Whoa.
magic.
Like spilling red stuff.
Yep. And then this one was where I got really weird and started doing some sigil work. I flipped the W into an M, and I used the V as an old Gothic style U, and I got hemophilia, Dracul. This is the old way of saying Dracula, Dracul. And then
Dracula.
spirit flow. And I'm still looking for some better combinations out of spirit flow. But I really like hemophilia, Dracul. So there it is. I'm erasing it. It's on the record.
I like the first one, I think, the best because it reminds me of like Cthulhu, and that just like the kind of that reminates. I don't know, that's some dope deciphering there. That's a lot to think on. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, you got a huge gift, and I'm so happy to be a part of you sharing it with the world, man. I'm so
Nice.
glad that
Thank
you
you.
decided to do it and not just keep it all in your head. Because
Yeah, for real.
well, I'm sure a lot of
I think
people,
his head
when
would
they first-
explode.
I think that's probably what was happening. His head was starting to feel the distension of holding so much knowledge. But
Nice. It helps to get encouraged by my peeps.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah. Yo, it's this book too is done by Sojourner Books, which they put a little SB on there.
Nice.
Nah. All right. I'm gonna do this here. This is chapter 2 of the Paris section of the Mystery of the Cathedrals. And so Falconelli is like an incredible, alchemist from the 19th and early 20th century. And a mysterious thing about him, he wrote these 2 very profound books, but no one has ever been able to identify him. So it's like his name is a pseudonym. And yeah, like I have to read this book slowly because it's full of a lot of stuff that I have to just slowly eat and figure out what it means. Because you know how these old occultists write, and like everything's code. So
yeah, well, and plus he literally talks in the book. Sorry for interrupting you, man, but it goes with Gabe's whole style. He talks at the beginning of the book because I started to read the Mystery of the Cathedrals. I don't remember the title of the other book. I started to read that one thinking it was the other one, but he describes how the language of the birds, or the green language, or the twilight language, is encoded in phonetics, and he talks about it being in French. How like in the French language, you would know what they meant in the code because the phonetics of the words give you an easy to decipher image. But so that's another reason we have to go slow. And obviously we're not going to figure it out with the English translation, but it's still, whoever translated it probably considered all of that and tried to do their best to translate it too, because these alchemists all run in packs and help each other out. So
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the 2 pages you sent me. I'm like, oh god.
It's kind of just like how this weave works, it's like all the good work is building off of good work. And like, it's just, it's like, it's been going on for decades. Like the build off of occultism and esoterica, and like, from so many different airs of like, classes of, it's like, we're not royal elites, in the sense of like mainstream narrative, things like that. But, we are understanding things that like back back in these days, you know, you had to be initiated for. So, I mean, it's crazy, but this stuff, shit goes decades back, you know. History only gets more history or history. History. Okay, all right. Yes. I think the other book was called The Alchemist's Secret or something. I'm not sure. But it has a sweet Ouroboros on it. It's like a dragon Ouroboros on the front, which is cool. Anywho, this is chapter 2 of the Perry section, Perry of Mystery Cathedrals. Here we go. The basement of the facade, which develops and extends under the 3 porches, is entirely dedicated to our science. And this set of images, as curious as instructive, are a real delight for the decipherer of the Hermetic enigmas. It is there that we will find the lapidary name of the subject of the wise. There that we will assist in the elaboration of the secret solvent. There, finally, we will follow step by step the work of the elixir. First, from its calcination to its final concoction. But in order to keep some method in this study, we will always observe the order of succession of the figures, going from the outside towards the doors of the porch, as a faithful person entering the building would do, on the lateral faces of the buttresses that limit the large gate. We will find at eye level 2 small bas reliefs, each one embedded in a pointed arch. The one on the left pillar presents the alchemist discovering the mysterious fountain that Le Trevisan describes as the final parable of his book on the philosophical natural philosophy of metals. The artist has walked for a long time. He has wandered by false and dubious paths. But finally, his joy burst forth. The stream of living water flows at his feet. It gushes out, bubbling from the old hollow oak. Our adept hit the goal. Also disdaining the bow and arrows which with, like Cadmus, he pierced the dragon. He watches the limpid spring flow, whose solvent, virtue, and whose volatile essence are attested to him by a bird perched on the tree. But what is this occult fountain? What is the nature of this powerful solvent capable of penetrating all metals, gold in particular, and accomplishing with the help of the dissolved body the entire great work? These are puzzles so deep that they have rejected a considerable number of researchers. Almost all of them have broken their foreheads against this impenetrable wall, erected by the philosophers to serve as a fortress to their citadel. In mythology, it's called Lebethra, and it is said it was a fountain of magnesia, which had laid in its neighborhood another spring named the Rock. Both of them came out of a large rock with a figure like a woman's breast, so the water seemed to flow like milk from 2 breasts. However, we know that the ancient authors call the matter of the work our magnesia, and that the liquor extracted from this magnesia is called milk of the virgin. There is a clue here. As for the allegory of the mixture or combination of this primitive water sprouted from the chaos of the wise with the second water of a different nature, although the same kind, it is quite clear and sufficiently expressive. From this combination results a third water that does not wet the hands, and that the philosophers have sometimes called mercury, sometimes sulfur, depending on whether they considered the quality of this water its physical aspect. In the Treaty of Azoth, attributed to the famous etheric monk Basil Valentine, and which would rather seem to be the work of Senior Zadith, we notice a figure on wood representing a nymph or crowned mermaid swimming on the sea, while 2 jets of milk gush from her breast and mix with the waves. Among Arab authors, this fountain is called Homat. They also teach us that this water gave immortality to the prophet Elias. That's Sanskrit for sun. They placed the famous source in the Madhalan, a word whose root means dark and timorous sea, which clearly makes the elementary confusion that the sages attribute their chaos or first matter. A painted version of the fable we have just quoted could be found in the small church of Brixen. This curious painting, described by Mission and pointed out by Witkowski, seems to be the religious version of the same chemical theme. Jesus made the blood that flows on his side, opened by longing spear. Flow in a great bow, the virgin squeezes her breast, and the milk that sprang from them falls into the same container. The basin overflows into a second bowl and is lost at the bottom of a chasm of flames, where the souls of purgatory of both sexes, with breasts naked, hasten to receive this precious liquor that consoles and refreshes them. At the bottom of this old painting, we read the Latin inscription of the sacristy. While the blood sprouts from the blessed wound of Christ and the Holy Virgin oppresses her virginal breast, the milk and the blood flow and mix and become the fountain of life and the fountain of good. Among the descriptions accompanying the symbolic figures of Abraham the Jew, whose book it is said belonged to Nicholas Flamel, and which this adept held on display in his writer's shop, we will note that the two relate to the mysterious fountain and its components. Here are the original texts of these two descriptions. Third figure depicts a garden enclosed by tailgates, where there are several quadrants. In the middle is an old hollow oak, at the foot of which, at the side, is a rose bush with gold leaves and white and red roses, which surrounds the said oak up to the top, close to its branches. A fountain bubbles like silver at the foot of this hollow oak tree. Its water is lost in the ground, and among many who seek it, there are 4 blind men who dig in the ground for it, and 4 others who seek without digging. Being the said fountain being right in front of them, they cannot find it, except the one who weighs the water in its hand. In this last character, who forms the subject of the sculpted motif, the Notre Dame of Paris, the preparation of the solvent in question is described in the explanation accompanying the following image. Fourth figure depicts a field in which a crowned king, dressed in red, in the Jewish fashion, he is holding a naked sword. 2 soldiers are killing the children of 2 mothers, who are sitting on the ground, crying for the children. And the 2 other soldiers throw blood into a large tank of blood, and where the sun and moon descending from the sky or from the clouds come to swim. And there are 6 soldiers armed in white armor, and the king makes the 7 dead innocents, and 2 mothers, one of whom, dressed in blue, weeps, wiping his face with a handkerchief, and the other, who also cries, is dressed in red. Let us mention again a figure from the book of Trismegistus, which is more or less similar to Abraham's third figure. It shows an oak tree, whose foot, girded with a golden crown, gives birth to the hidden stream that flows into the countryside. In the foliage of the tree, white birds frolic, except for a crow, which seems asleep, and which a man poorly dressed and standing on a ladder is about to grab. In the foreground of this rustic scene, 2 sophists, dressed in sumptuous fabrics, discuss and argue about a scientific matter, without noticing the oak tree placed between them, nor seeing the fountain flowing at their feet. Finally, let us say that the esoteric tradition of the fountain of life, or the fountain of youth, is materialized in the sacred wells that the most Gothic churches had in the Middle Ages. The water that was drawn from them was most often used for healing purposes, and also it was used to treat certain diseases. Abbon, in this poem, in the Siege of Paris by the Normans, reports several incidents attesting to the wonderful properties of the water from the well of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, which was drilled at the bottom of the sanctuary of the famous Abbey Church. Similarly, the water from the well of the Saint Marcel in Paris, dug in the church near the tombstone of the venerable bishop, was revealed, according to the Gregory of Tours, as a powerful specific for several affections. There are still today inside the ogival ogival, Ogival. It's the style of structure of architecture. Ogival. It's like oval, basically. Sorry. Anywho, lost my damn spot. Lost my spot. Ogival. Where are you, bud? Whoa! Move my pencil for 1 second. Okay. There is still today inside the Ogival Basilica of Notre Dame of Lapine a miraculous well called the Well of the Blessed Virgin. And in the middle of the choir of the Notre Dame in Limoux, a similar well whose water is said to cure all diseases, and it bears this inscription: whoever drinks this water, if has faith, will be well. We will soon have the opportunity to return to this Pontic water, to which the philosophers have given a host of more or less suggestive epithets. On the opposite buttress, we can see in front of the sculpted motif reflecting the properties of the nature of the secret agent, the cooking of the philosophical compost. This time, the artist watches over the product of his labor, dressed in armor, with his legs covered in shin guards and a shield on his arm. Our knight has taken position on the terrace of the fortress. If we judge by the battlements that surround him, in a defensive movement, he threatens with a javelin and an impressive shape. Some rays, perhaps a spray of flames, which is unfortunately impossible to identify as the relief is so mutilated. Well, behind the warrior, a small strange building formed by a curve, crenellated base supported on 4 pillars, is covered by a segmented dome with a spherical key. Under the lower vault, a pointed inflamed mass indicates clearly its use. This curious dungeon, burg in miniature, is the instrument of the great work, the Athanor, the occult oven with 2 flames, potential and virtual, that all disciples know and that many descriptions and engravings have helped to popularize. Immediately above these figures, they are reproduced 2 subjects that seem to form a complement. But as esotericism is hidden here under sacred scenes and biblical scenes, we will avoid talking about it so as to not incur the reproach of an arbitrary interpretation. Great scholars among the ancient masters were not afraid to explain alchemically the parables of the Holy Scriptures. By its meaning is so susceptible to various interpretations. Hermetic philosophy frequently invokes the testimony of Genesis as an analogy of the first taste of work. Many allegories of the Old and New Testament are taken on an unexpected aspect when confronted with alchemy. Such precedents should both encourage and excuse us. However, we prefer to confine ourselves exclusively to motives whose profane nature is indisputable, leaving to other benevolent researchers the faculty to exercise their wisdom over others. That was the end of chapter 2. Do you guys want me to go with chapter 3?
Damn. Yes.
Okay. Chapter 3. The Hermetic themes of the stylobate are developed in 2 superimposed rows, to the right and the left of the porch. The lower row has 12 medallions, and the upper row has 12 figures. The latter represent characters seated in baseboards, decorated with grooves, with concave or angular profiles, placed between the pillars of trilobulated, what the fuck? Trilobulated archives. All of them hold discs with various emblems related to the alchemical labor. If we start in the top row on the left side, okay, so imagine this real quick. Sorry. You're walking into this Gothic cathedral, right? And on top of the entryway, there are 12 figures, these sculptures, and they're all, either men or women, and they're all holding different discs. And he breaks down each of these figures. You could kind of see the photo here, but this was done in like the late 1800s. So
she looks like a queen of discs.
And there's all these different discs here, and they all have alchemical meaning, as do the entire structure of the cathedrals as they were built pre-Christian, right? They were later adapted by the Christians
Yeah.
to make it fit the narrative there. So this was all due to the cult of Isis before Christianity. So I just wanted to kind of like give you guys a visual of like what it would look like. You walk into the cathedral and there's these 12 figures up there holding discs. If we start in the top row on the left side, the first bas relief will show us the image of the crow, the symbol of the color black. The woman holding him on her lap symbolizes putrefaction. May we be allowed to pause for a moment on the hieroglyph of the crow, because it hides an important point of our science. Indeed, concoction of the philosophical ribe, it expresses the black color, the first appearance of the decomposition following the perfect mixing of the materials of the egg. It is, according to the philosophers, the sure sign of future success, the obvious sign of the exact preparation of the compost. The crow is, in a way, the conical seal of the work, just as the star is the signature of the initial subject. But this blackness that the artist hopes for, which he anxiously awaits, whose appearance fulfills his wishes and fills him with joy, does not only manifest itself during coction. The blackbird appears on several occasions, and its frequency allows the authors to confuse the order of operations. According to Le Breton, there are 4 putrefactions in the philosophical work. The first in the separation, the second in the first conjunction, the third in the second conjunction, which makes heavy water with its salt, and the fourth, finally, in the fixation of the sulfur. In each of these putrefactions, darkness arrives. Our old masters have therefore no difficulty in covering the arcane with a thick veil, mixing the specific qualities of the various substances during the 4 operations that manifest the black color. It is therefore very difficult to separate them and distinguish clearly what belongs to each one of them. Here are some quotations that might shed light on the investigator and allow him to recognize his path on this tenebrous labyrinth. In the second operation, writes Le Chèvre Inconnu, the unknown knight, the prudent artist fixes the general soul of the world in common gold and makes the earthly and immobile soul pure. In this operation, the putrefaction, which they call the crow's head, is very long. This is followed by a third multiplication by adding the philosophical matter or the general soul of the world. There are 2 successive operations here, clearly indicated, the first of which ends and the second begins after the appearance of the black coloration, which is not the case with coction. A precious anonymous manuscript from the 18th century tells us about the first putrefaction, which should not be confused with the others. If matter is not corrupted and mortified, says this book, you will not be able to extract our elements and principles. And to help you in this difficulty, I will give you the signs to recognize it. Some philosophers have also noted this out. Morian said it must have some acidity, and it also must smell like sulfur. The Philalethes says that it must parade like fish eyes, that is, small bubbles on the surface, and that it must look like foam, for it is a mark of the material's ferments and boils. This fermentation is very long and requires great patience, because it is done by our secret fire, which is the only agent that can open, sublimate, and putrefy. But of all these descriptions, those relating to the crow or the black color of the coction are by far the most numerous and the most detailed, because they encompass all the characters of all other operations. Bernard Trevisan expresses himself in this way. Note before that when our compost begins to be drenched with our permanent water, when is all the compost turned into a molten pitch and is all blackened like coal. And at this point, our compost is called black pitch, burn salt, or molten lead, impure lantern, magnesia, or John's blackbird. Then a black cloud can be seen floating through the middle region of the vessel. In a beautiful and often poor way, it's raised above the vessel, and at the bottom of the vessel, it is a molten matter, the form of pitch, remaining totally dissolved. Jacques of the village of Saint Saturnin, says about it, "O blessed cloud that floats in our vessel, this is the eclipse of the sun, of which Raymond speaks. And when this mass is blackened, so it is considered dead and deprived of its form. Then the humidity manifests itself in the color of black and stinking quicksilver, which is first dry, white, fragrant, burning, depurated of sulfur by the first operation, and now to be putrefied by the second operation. And in this way, the body is deprived of the soul, which it has lost of its radiance and wonderful lucidity, which it first had, and now is black and ugly. This black or blackened mass is key, the beginning and the sign of perfect discovery to the way to achieve the second process of our precious stone. Therefore, says Hermes, if you see blackness, you will know that you have taken the right path and followed the proper way. Batzdorf, the presumed author of a classic work, which others attribute to Gaston de Clave, teaches that putrefaction occurs when blackness appears, and that this is the sign of regular work in conformity with nature. He adds, the philosophers have given it various names and have called it west, darkness, eclipsum, leprosy, crow's head, death, mortification of Mercury. It therefore appears that this putrefaction we separate the pure from the impure. However, the signs of a good and true putrefaction are a very black or very deep blackness, a stinking, bad, and infective smell, known as the philosophers toxicum et venenum, a smell that is not perceptible by the sense of smell, but only to the understanding. Let us stop here with these quotations, which we could multiply without further benefit to the student, and return to the Hermetic figures of Notre Dame. The second bas relief shows us the effigy of the philosophical Mercury, a snake coiled around a golden wand. Abraham, the Jew, is also known as El Ezer, used it in the book that came to Flamel's hands, which is not surprising because we find the symbol throughout the medieval period. The snake indicates the incisive and dissolving nature of Mercury, which avidly absorbs metallic sulfur and retains it so strongly that the cohesion cannot be overcome later. This is the poisoned worm that infects everything with its venom. Mentioned in El Alcyon Guerre des Chevaliers, the Ancient Knights' War, which was written in, sorry, that's had a side note, written in 1699. Damn it, see, I can't do that because then I always lose my spot. Here we are. This reptile is the aspect of Mercury in its first state, and the golden wand is the corporeal sulfur added to it. This dissolution of sulfur, or in other words, its absorption by Mercury, provided the pretext for very different emblems, but the resulting body, homogeneous catechus, is its symbol. And the first class matter or compound, the vitriol A, which requires only a gradual cooking process to transform its first red sulfur, then into elixir, and then in a third time to the universal medicine. In our work, the philosophers affirm Mercury alone is not enough. A woman with long hair moving like flames comes next. She personifies calcination and holds her chest a disc of a salamander who lives in the fire and feeds on the fire. This fabulous lizard does not designate anything other than the central incombustible and fixed salt, which retains its nature even in the ashes of calcinated metals, and which the ancients named metallic seed. In the violence of igneous action, the parts of the body that can be burnt are destroyed. Only the pure, unalterable parts resist, and although they are very fixed, they can be extracted by leaching. This is at least the spagyric expression of calcination, a similarity used by the authors as an example for the general idea that one must have hermetic work. However, our masters in the art are careful to draw readers' attention to the fundamental difference between the vulgar calcination as carried out in chemical laboratories and the one that the initiate operates in the philosopher's cabinet. This is not done by any vulgar fire, does not require the help of any reflector, but ask for the help of an occult agent, the secret fire, which, to give it an idea of its shape, looks more like water than a flame. The fire, or burning water, is the vital spark communicated by the Creator to the inert matter. It is the spirit enclosed in things, the imperishable igneous ray, imprisoned at the bottom of the dark, formless and frigid substance. We are touching here on the highest secret of the work, and we would be happy to cut this Gordian knot in favor of the aspirants to our science. Remembering, alas, that we were stopped by this difficulty ourselves for more than 20 years. If we were allowed to profane a mystery whose revelation depends on the Father of light, to our great regret, we can only point out the pitfall and advise. With the most eminent philosophers, to carefully reading the Atrophius, Pontanus, and the little book entitled Estilola de Igne Philosophorium. No, it can't be right. Manuscript National Library 19969. It provides valuable information on the nature characteristics of the aqueous fire or the igneous water, which can be supplemented by the following two texts. This anonymous author, the Preceptes per de Abraham, Father Abraham's precepts, says this primitive and celestial water must be drawn from the body where it resides, which is expressed in 7 letters, meaning the first seed of all beings, and not specified or determined in the house of Aries to beget its son. The philosopher have given so many names to this water and its universal solvent, the life and health of all things. The philosophers say that the sun and the moon bathe in this water, and that they dissolve themselves into the water, their first origin. It is by this resolution that it is said they die, but their spirits are carried on in the waters of the sea, where they are buried. Let it be said, my son, that there are other ways of dissolving these bodies in their first matter. Stand by the one I declare to you, because I have known it through the experience, and as our elders have transmitted it to us. Limoges of Saint Didier writes, the secret fire of the wise is a fire that the artist prepares according to art, or at least that he can have prepared by those who have a perfect knowledge of chemistry. The fire is not currently hot, but an igneous spirit introduced to a subject of the same nature as the stone. And being poorly excited by the external fire, calcines, dissolves it, sublimates it, and turns it into dry water. As the Cosmopolite says, moreover, yes, sir.
Romy, can you go back an entire paragraph? Because I'm sorry, but I'm seeing my diction of Aries in some of what you're talking about. Like the part where we're talking about the first 7 up to G, 1 through 7 up to G. It's like probably a whole paragraph back.
The anonymous offer of the fathers Abraham, primitive and celestial water must be drawn from the body where it resides, which is expressed in the 7 letters.
Yes. Okay. So just for the record, my diction of Aries, 1 through 7 is all in the springtime. It's all in the sign of under the element of water, and you're about to move into fire, which is the summertime as we pass over at the top of the arch. Would you just do that last paragraph again? Because I'm totally seeing some elements of my big master cipher in here.
Absolutely. And then, yeah, there's 3 more pages after this one. And then it'd be really cool just to like kind of go through all the stuff with you guys, because it's a lot of shit here.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
This is dank.
You're dank. Okay, here we are. The anonymous author of the Fathers Abraham precept says, this primitive and celestial water must be drawn from the body where it resides, which is expressed in 7 letters, meaning the first seed of all beings, and not specified or determined in the house of Aries to beget its son. The philosophers have given so many names to this water, and it is the universal solvent, the life and health of all things. The philosophers say that the sun and moon bathe in this water, and that they dissolve themselves into the water, their first origin. It is by this resolution that it is said they died, but their spirits are carried on the waters of the sea where they are buried. Let it be said, my son, that there are other ways of dissolving these bodies in their first matter. Stand by the one I declare you, because I have known it through experience as our elders have transmitted it to us. Limoges of Saint Didier also writes, the secret fire of the wise is a fire that the artist prepares according to art, or at least that he can have prepared by those who have a perfect knowledge of chemistry. This fire is not currently hot, but it is an igneous spirit introduced by the subject of the same nature as the stone and being poorly excited by the external fire, calcines, dissolves, and sublimates it and turns it into a dry water. As the cosmopolite says, moreover, we will soon discover other figures relating to either manufacture or to the qualities of the secret fire enclosed in water, which constitutes the universal solvent. However, the material used to prepare it is precisely the subject of the fourth motif. A man shows the image of Ares, a ram, and holds in his right hand an object that is unfortunately impossible to define today. It is a mineral, a fragment of an attribute, a utensil, or some piece of fabric. We don't know. Time and vandalism have passed by. However, the ram remains, and the man, hieroglyphic of male metallic principle, presents its figure. This helps us to understand Pernetti's word. The adepts say that they pull their steel from the belly of Ares, and they also call this steel their lodestone. With the evolution follows, showing a banner of 3 pennons, the triplicity of the colors of work, which is described in all classical works. These colors, which are 3, develop an invariable order of the ranges from black, red, to white. Just classically the original colors of the pyramid.
And the triplicities, they're talking about the zodiac too. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Keep going.
This is awesome.
But like nature, according to the adage, natura non facit saltus, does nothing. Brutally, there are many other intermediaries who appear between these 3 main ones. The artist takes little notice of them because they are superficial and fleeting. They only provide a testimony of continuity and progress of internal changes. As for the essential colors, they last longer than these transient shades and affect deeply the material itself, marking a change of state in its chemical constitution. These are not fleeting, but more or less brilliant shades that play on the surface of the bath, but rather colorings in the mass that are reflected outside and absorb all the others. We believe it is important to clarify this point. These colorful phases specified to the decoction and the practice of the great work have always served as a symbolic prototype. Each of them was given a precise meaning and often extensive enough to express under the veil of certain concrete truths. Thus, from time immemorial, holy wow, it's a lot of M's. Immemorial, the language of colors have existed, intimately linked to a region, as Portal says, and which was manifested in the Middle Ages in the stained glass windows of the Gothic cathedrals. The black color was given to Saturn, which became in Spagyria the hieroglyph of lead, in astrology an evil planet, in hermetics the black dragon or philosopher's lead, in magic the black hen, etc. In the temples of Egypt, when the recipient was about to pass the initiation test, a priest approached him and slipped this mysterious phrase into his ear. Remember that Osiris is a black god. It is the symbolic color of darkness and the Sumerian darkness that the color of Satan, to whom black roses were offered, and also the color of primitive chaos, where the seeds of all things are confused and mixed with the sable of science and heraldic and the emblem, the elements, earth, night, and death. Just as in Genesis day follows night, so light follows darkness. Its signature is the white color. At this level, the wise ones ensure that their matter is free from all impurities, perfectly washed and precisely purified. It appears as solid granules or shiny corpuscles, where the adamantine reflections and a brilliant whiteness. Thus, white has applied to purity, simplicity, innocence. The white color is the color of the initiate, because the man who abandons darkness to follow the light passes the profane state of the initiate and of the pure. It is spiritually renewed. The word white, says Pierre Duel, had been chosen for very profound philosophical reasons. The color white, most languages attest it, has always been designated nobility, candor, and purity. According to Genius' famous Dictionnaire Manuel Hebrew El Chaldan, Hebrew and Chaldean Manual Dictionary, Hurur means being white, Hurim means the noble ones, the white ones, the pure ones. The more or less variable transcription of Hebrew, Hur, Hurim, leads us to the French word Heureux, happy, the Bien Heureux, the blessed ones. Those who have regenerated and washed by the blood of the Lamb are always represented with white robes. No one is unaware of the Ben Heureux, the blessed, is still the equivalent, the synonym of the initiate, the noble one, the pure one. However, the initiates were dressed in white. The nobles dressed in the same way. In Egypt, the manes were also dressed in white. Fatah, the regenerator, was also clad in white to indicate new birth or the pure. The Cathars, the sect to which the Bianchi whites of Florence belonged, were the pure. In Latin, German, English, the words wise, white, and mean white, happy, spiritual, and wise. On the other hand, the Hebrew sher characterizes a transitional black color. That is the profane seeking initiation. The black Osiris, which appears at the beginning of the funeral ritual, says Portal, represents the state of the soul that passes from night to day, from death to life. As for red, the symbol of fire, it marks the exaltation of the predominance over spirit over matter, sovereignty, power, and apostolate. Obtained in the form of red, volatile, and fusible crystal or powder, the philosopher's stone becomes penetrating and capable of healing lepers, that is, of transforming into gold the vulgar metals, whose oxidability makes inferior and perfect, sick or infirm. Paracelsus, the book of images, speaks of the successive colors of the work. Even though there are, he said, some elementary colors, because the azure color belongs to particularly the earth, and the green to water, the yellow to air, and the red to fire. However, the white and black colors refers directly to the spagyric art, in which we also find the four primitive colors, black, white, yellow, and red. However, black is the root and origin of the other colors, because any dark matter can be reverberated during the time it takes, so that the other three colors will appear successively in each turn. The white color follows black, yellow follows white, and red follows yellow. However, any material that reaches the fourth color by means of reverberation is the tincture of things of its kind, that is, of its nature. To give some idea of the extension of the symbolism of colors, and especially the three major ones of the work, let us note that the Virgin is always represented draped in blue, corresponding to black, as we will show later, God in white, and Christ in red. There are national colors of the French flag, which moreover was composed by Mason Louis David. And this one, the dark blue or black represents the bourgeois, the white is reserved for the people, the pariots or the peasants, and the red for the executive or royalty. In Chaldea, the ziggurats, which were usually three-story towers, and to which the famous Tower of Babel belonged, were covered in three colors, black, white, and red. We have so far spoken about the colors as a theoretician, and as the masters have done before us in order to obey philosophical doctrine, the traditional expression. Perhaps it would now be appropriate to write the benefit of the sons of science, more as a practitioner than a speculative, and thus to discover what differentiates similarity from reality. Few philosophers have dared to venture into this slippery ground. Attila, by pointing out to us Hermetic painting that he allegedly had in his possession, has written down for us a legend placed below it. There we read, not without surprise, this advice worthy of being followed. Do not refer too much to color. What does that mean? Have the old authors deliberately misled their readers? And what indication should the disciples of Hermes substitute for the faulty colors to recognize and follow the straight path? Seek, brothers, without discouraging yourselves, for here, as in other obscure points, you must make great effort. You will have read in several places in your books that the philosophers only speak clearly when they want to keep lay people away from their round table. The descriptions they give of their processes to which they attribute emblematic colors are perfectly clear. However, you must conclude that these observations, so well described, are false and chimerical. Your books are closed like the book of Revelation by Kabbalistic seals. You have to break them one by one. The task is hard, we recognize it, but to overcome without danger is to triumph without glory. So learn not how the colors differ from one another, but rather how one process differs from one to the next. And first of all, what is a process? Quite simply, the way to grow, maintain, and increase the life of your stone has received since birth. It is therefore a modus operandi, which does not necessarily translate to a succession of different colors. He who knows the process, wrote Philalethes, will be honored by the princes and greats of earth. And the same author adds, we are hiding nothing from you but the process. Now, in order to avoid attracting on our heads the curse of philosophers by revealing what they thought they should leave in the shadows, we will be content to warn the process of the stone, that is to say, the coction, contains several others, meaning several repetitions of the same method of operation. Think, use analogy, and above all, never deviate from the natural simplicity. Remember that you must eat every day in order to maintain your vitality. That rest is essential to you to become, because it promotes, and on one hand, the digestion and assimilation of food, and on the other hand, the renewal of you cells through daily labor. Moreover, you should not also very often expel certain heterogeneous products, waste, or non-assimilable residues. Similarly, your stone needs feeding to increase its power, and this food must be graduated or even changed at some point. Give milk first, magnesium. The more substantial meat diet will follow. And do not forget, after each digestion, to separate the excrements, because your stone could be infected with them. Follow nature and obey it as faithfully as you can, and you will understand how to make the election once you have acquired a full knowledge of the plan. In this way, you will understand the better a domination of Tullius addresses to the puffers, slaves of the letter. Go, and you are now withdrawing, you who are seeking with extreme application your various colors in your glass vessels. You who tire my ears with your black crow as you're crazy as the ancient man who used to applaud in the theater. As he was not alone because he always imagined he would have some new show in front of his eyes. Worry about it when shedding tears of joy. You imagine yourself seeing in your vessels your white dove, your yellow eagle, and your red pheasant. Go away, I say to you, and remove yourself far from me if you seek the philosopher's stone in a fixed thing, for it will not penetrate any more of the metallic bodies than the body of a man who penetrates solid walls. This is what I used to say to you about colors, so that in the future you will leave your useless work, to which I will add a word about smell. The earth is black, the water is white, the air, the closer it gets to the sun, the more it turns yellow. The ether is completely red. Death, likewise, as it is said, is black. Life is full of light. The purer the light, the closer it becomes to the angelic nature, and the angels of pure spirits of fire. Now, isn't the smell of a dead person and a corpse unpleasant and disagreeable to the sense of smell? Thus, the stinking smell among philosophers denotes fixation on the contrary. The pleasant smell marks volatility because it approaches life and warmth. Returning to the basement of Notre Dame, we will find in the sixth place the bas relief of philosophy, whose disc bears the imprint of a cross. Metallic principles, sun and moon, this one hammered, or sulfur and mercury, the parents of stone, according to Hermes. That was chapter 3.
Wow. That was
feel like-
dope.
I would need to read that like 10 times. There's a lot in there.
I tried to go slow.
That's okay.
That was awesome. You know,
No,
one thing
perfectly
that
read. Thank you.
I learned just today that back in the days, the island of Malta was where they kept the secret of glass making. And so,
Malta.
yep, the island of
Malta?
Malta. And that's where like tinted glass that would be used to make those beautiful windows in those ancient buildings.
Yeah.
All those recipes were like highly coveted and like super protected, but they all came from the same island. And the Maltese Knights,
The tour guide at
Maltese.
Maltese definitely goes together. The Gabriel, the tour guide when we went to Versailles, the Palace of Versailles, probably 2000, year 2000. I was there with a friend, and she told us the story of the emperor. I don't remember which one. Sending maybe it was the Sun King, Louis the 14th. I don't remember for sure though. He offered royal status to his workmen to go, and so I wonder. I thought that he had sent them somewhere else, like to Italy somewhere. But it would make sense that it's Malta. It might be that's where he sent them to steal the recipes. You know, that they would get a knightship or a dukedom or whatever the title was if they could figure out, because you know the other kings.
It's a big thing in Italy too. They call it Milano glass. It's a very jealously guarded secret how to create it.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I guess the mistake I just made is that it's actually mirrors I'm talking about, but that goes with glass, not just glass, but mirrors. How to properly make mirrors was what they'd.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, it just popped into my head. I just wanted to, because that's to me that's interesting because it's real life experience. I remember my friend is in a wheelchair. The woman telling us the story. She was a good tour guide, but she was a little awkward as a older French lady, and she had halitosis, and she kept leaning down to tell my friend, you know, because she wanted him to know the most because he's disabled. So she's trying to give him the best tour. But I remember Johnny just leaning and turning his head and he kept pushing me forward with the video camera to film her so that I would be standing between them. It was funny, you know.
So check this out. In stained glass, they use metals to make the different colors. So they use zinc, which is a white metal. They use brass, which is
Yellowy.
Brass or copper, which is yellow, or it could be sort of a red. They use black. Well, I guess, and then copper is blue, can be blue also. So there's white.
that's interesting.
And they change
because-
over heat too, right? They can change color. Like each metal or stone will have as it gets higher pressure, higher heat, like it changes too, and that kind of claims the purity on it.
So yeah, you can make all those colors. I mean, with brass and copper, you can make anywhere from a red to a blue.
Yeah,
Depending on
that's interesting that the copper is blue because the element of Venus is copper, and he said that the females are revered and they preserve the blue for the feminine.
Let me see.
There's something in there. Well, there's a lot about color in this, which I see now that a bunch of the chapter of Dylan Sicocio's book, July's End, the chapter called The Secret Fire of John's Blackbird, a lot
Yes,
of the
please
color
read that.
symbols and
Do you have that on
information
hand?
probably I've read an audiobook of it. You can go get the audiobook narration, whole thing. but he goes into some of that color symbolism big time. And one thing he didn't point out, but I think is interesting, is I can't remember the word that was going on in there, but there is this association with, well, we know that white is purity, right? And that he was talking about the symbolism of wearing the white robes for purity. And now I'm thinking about how the Greek word for fire is pur, or pure, or pure, like where we get the pyramid and the pirates and all these words that have the PIR or the PYR, vampire. So
It's also the place you walk out to get on your boat, to the pier.
they're the pure. So the white race esoterically is referring to the pure bloods, but the ones with fire, not, whatever fire they think they're passing down by doing all their weird inbreeding.
That's an issue in the circles, right? Like, and that's been going on historically for a long time with these like major occultists and alchemists. They're so fixated on the pure that they, like what you said, Chant, is like they basically are just inbreeding constantly. And I mean, is that pure though?
That's the inversion of purity. That's their mistake or their intentional inversion.
Another factor to add into the white being whatever high and mighty, when the sun is at the pinnacle of the day at high noon, the light quality has a pureness to it. It has a balance. It's at balance because your shadow is underneath you. It's not to one side or the other. And I think that is when the light is the whitest. It's not refracting.
You know why that is, Gabe?
What's that?
It's because at that point the light has more blue in the color spectrum added to it. Like photo manipulators will know that if you add blue, it takes away yellow, and if you add yellow, it takes away blue tones.
Nice.
So when you think about how all the things that the blue symbolizes, and with that Venus thing, it's very interesting. Like where's all the trouble coming from right now for the nation? It's the blue states right now,
right? Those damn soy boys.
Mama's boys, Cancerian. Or really, they're not mama's boys, as Mark Passio put it. He put it really well. People who are super into the conservative side of the spectrum of statism, they want a government to be a father figure and stay out of their business, but protect them. So like the Republicans or the Kochs, they've got daddy issues. And then the Pepsis have mommy issues because the so-called liberals want a nanny state to do everything for them.
Right.
It's funny that you say
ties into that cosmic abandonment thing I was talking about on the Cthulhu stream, actually. Like the abandonment trauma being at the root of all the statism in the world.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
During your show with Lindsay today, it occurred to me that the word apocalypse, the word Appa is German. It's like slang for father. To be technical, it means papa. And apocalypse could be the fall of the father, the fall of papa.
Oh, wow.
But because, collapse, the collapse of the papa. And I see that happening now, a lot of vilifying of the masculine, whatever, to whatever degree. Everybody's vilifying everybody, really. But
we're definitely seeing a concerted effort to rise up a certain kind of quote unquote girl power and to put down the opposite,
Right. Yep. And I'm thinking in the earliest days of that program, of the Appa collapse, the falling of the father, I'm wondering if the root programming of that word was designed to uphold the influence of the Pope. and that if the Pope falls, that's the end of the world, the end times, the end days. And I wonder if that's the original intent behind the program, but now it's kind of taken on a more modern day context.
Follow the Father, though, too, is also this, you know, like a lot of this book describes this, you know, alchemy, which is the original science, which is what chemistry was derived from, right? But then you have the deference of, you know, modern science and modern church have taken their claims and they separate it. There is no togetherness. But the igneous spirit, right? The fire that's more like water, that's more like, you know, energy flowing. That's what a lot of this is talking about, is intention and energy of like the human spirit, because the alchemists knew about the power of the electricity, right? We'll call it electricity, that the human body and the mind and consciousness can create. And so that's, I think in my eyes, you know, a lot of reason of like the switch of the cross, or the real reason that Jesus is put on this cross is because that Father's collapse, right? Like in reality, it's not by the normal narratives in which people fucking think that it is, but I think a lot of that has to go with the reason that you know, this alchemy is even, because it's a war of alchemists. It's always a race to the most like everything is alchemy. Our oil, our gases, our, you know, our phones are alchemy. Our everything that has happened in modern society, even people don't know it because they are unaware of alchemy in general. And that, but everything that we have as a modern society is created through the original alchemical processes. And this being understood from, you know, basically from Hermes and that time on. It's like, that's the world we live in, right? And once you start to dig into this shit, you start to see like, wow, like, you know, the compression of CO2 in a can, and you have a regulator on that, you know, like it's chemistry, and it's brought us to where we are today. And then that's why we have like the, you know, the slip of the golden age, or, you know, this post-diluvian world where, like, you know, there is no spirit in conclusiveness with science. That's where the issue is because when you combine spirit and science, then you have the true work and the true gnosis and the true work of Hermes and the true work of these alchemists, because they understood the goodness and the power. It's not even just spirit. It's like, we create electricity. We're a conductor of that. So we can give extra charge to things that need extra charge if we can focus that energy, you know, and that's fucking alchemy, baby. Like, Jesus, goddamn Christ.
Yeah, man. Yep. Can you imagine having just like little trim on the cuff of your pants that collects the charge of you walking all day and stores it
Yep.
in
That'd be sick.
your fat buckle?
Yeah, I've had those kind of ideas too.
It can power your metal detector shoes.
You got it.
Little
kinetic.
hover pants.
I had this. I had an idea for an invention for homeless kids that they could use the kinetic power of walking, carrying their backpack, so that maybe the backpack is designed so that it brews a cup of coffee and rolls a cigarette out of snipes. You know, so you gather up the half rolls and throw them in, and you put your whatever you're going to need to make coffee in, and then you walk for a certain amount of time, and it goes ding, and then you can stop and have a smoke and a cup of coffee. You know.
Oh my God, it's genius. I love that.
Awesome.
I don't want to make it though, because I don't want to encourage these filthy fuckers to stay homeless. They need to not get too comfortable with their backpack and their cigarettes and actually get back involved in society with us here. Stop running away.
Yeah, but on the same sense, society's been broken down. Like, what if we were living in the times of, you know, ether energy resonance architecture, you know, golden age, and you know, you were supposed to walk to gain kinetic energy to help, you know, power the city or power the society.
Yeah. No, I like that. I
Sean,
mean, I hope we're going back that way. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
what you just said was describing the book that I'm holding in my hand. It's a boy who's running away from home with a backpack on.
Oh yeah.
This is Beyond Escape by R.A. Montgomery. a choose your own
Beyond
adventure book.
Escape. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, sweet.
Are we
I
finally
would
going to
like
start one of those?
I would like to
Let's go.
begin by weaving together two choose your own adventure stories. So I will begin with one and then we will see where that leads us.
Cool.
I'm ready
gonna
to
mute
begin
myself.
reading. If you'd like to hear it,
Yes.
let's get comfortable and relax a little bit. I'll read the back here. It says, this year is 2041. You're chief of operations for the peaceful country of Tertalia. You've sent your two best agents to check the untamed areas of your border. Now they're missing, and their last communication sounded desperate. To make matters worse, you learn that an enemy spy has just escaped with your most top secret files. What's your course of action? Let's begin here.
Open bag. What's in bag?
This is not a text adventure.
Oh,
I
come
am in a
on.
computer. Page 1. You are chief of operations. The United States of America has been divided into 4 regions. Tertalia, including Denver. Rebellium in the northeast. Dorado, including former states Texas and Florida. And California seems to remain its own sort of communist coastline. Page 1 begins. You are chief of operations for all activities outside the borders of Tortalia. This is the Pacific Northwest, including Denver, the former state known as Colorado. Tortalia is a democratic country that was formed in the early part of the 21st century after domestic and foreign wars split up what was then called the United States. Tertalia is made up of the former mountain states north of Arizona and the northern plains states extending into Canada. Its capital is Denver. Isn't that where the airport is?
Yep.
Tertalia is bordered to the south and east by the hostile totalitarian state called Dorado, to the west by an untamed land, and to the east by a haphazard jumble of quarrelsome states called Rebellium. After winning a vicious war, Tortalia had tried to pacify Dorado, but the Doradans broke away soon after their defeat, and they continued to be a source of danger to Tortalia. Turn to page 2. You're one of the true Tortalian heroes. During the difficult Doradan Wars, you led a secret mission to Dorado to obtain their invasion plans. You succeeded, and Tortalia foiled the Doradans in their attempted takeover. You wear with pride the gold and silver ribbon, symbol of Tortalia's highest respect and love. Only 2 others have the right to the ribbon. Neither is alive. The year is 2041. The Doradans have been strangely quiet for the last 2 years. A sure sign of trouble, you think. It's your responsibility to find out what's going on outside Tertullian borders and to prevent any new attacks on your country. Not long ago, you sent 2 of your best agents, Mimla and Mott, to check on the situation in the untamed land west of Tertalia. The land, once called California, has been the scene of vicious guerrilla-style infighting, and it's hard to follow what's going on there. Initial reports from Mott and Mimla indicate that the Doradans might be working with some of the Californians, planning to use the area to stage a new attack on Tertalia. But your agents have failed to make their last 3 radio contacts with Operations Center in Denver. When the last heard from, They were some 100 miles due east of what used to be the city of San Francisco. Turn to page 5. You're sitting pondering the problems in Operations Center when there's an urgent knock at your door. A lieutenant rushes in. She's red-faced and looks worried. Haven has escaped, Commander. What? You shout, jumping to your feet. Haven is a Duradan spy. When? How? Sometime early this morning. And that's not all. 3 top secret files are missing from Central Computer Office. Before you can fully digest what the lieutenant has said, another officer enters the room. He hands you a piece of computer paper. Your eyes scan the printout. In trouble. Extremely important information for you. No time. Hurry if you can. We are. I think it's from Mott and Mimla, the second officer says. What next, you wonder? If you decide to go after Haven and the missing top secret files, turn to page 9. If you decide to find Matt and Mimla, turn to page 87. So, do we decide to find Matt and Mimla, or do we decide to go after Haven and the missing top secret files?
Those files are gone, bro. You got to go after your people.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave no man behind.
Find the dudes.
We're looking for Matt and Mimla. Maybe
Yeah.
they are lost in the Amazon. Let's turn to page 87 in the other book and see.
Oh no.
You guys.
Chaos magic.
When you wake, you feel much better. Arranged around you are 12 women. They look almost identical. One speaks and you realize she is the one who spoke to you before. You feel better now. Yes. How is Portillo? Your friend? I am sorry, but he is dead. He died about an hour ago. Who are you? My name is May. No, I mean, who are all of you? Where am I? Altogether, she smiles. I am May. As I told you, these are my sisters. She points around the circle with her right hand. January, February, March, April, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. We are the rulers here. We name ourselves after the months. You would call us Amazons. Time is short. May continues. If you want to help your friends, you must act quickly. You feel confused and try to speak, but May stops you. You must conserve your strength if you are to succeed. I will give you all the information that you need. Your friends have been captured by the Cuatieri tribe. They use their magic flute to lure people into slavery. The jungle spirits forbid us to go near their territory, even though the flute has no effect on us. Your friends must be rescued by midnight when they are scheduled for sacrifice, another tradition of the Cuatieri. You must enter the Cuatieri village, gain possession of the flute, and break it over your knee. The spell will be broken, your friends will be freed, and the Cuatieri will be powerless. How will I do all this, you ask? How you do it is up to you. We can only show you where the village is and offer you this headdress. May claps her hands, and another woman appears, carrying a hat shaped like a birdcage, woven loosely of brown vines. It is clearly meant to be tied onto the head with 2 woven strips that dangle from either side. The cage contains 2 small green snakes who glare at you with red eyes and flick their tongues. Do not worry, May says. The snakes will not harm you. In fact, they will help you. It is time for you to leave. will you take the headdress? If you decide to take the headdress, let May tie it on your head. If you don't want anything to do with those snakes, refuse the headdress.
Take the snakes.
Yeah, exactly. Take the headdress.
I was coloring a part of this drawing, all like the background around a snake. So I feel like I'm pro snake right now.
So we're taking the headdress with the snakes. We allow May to tie it on her heads.
Oh
We're
no.
turning to page
Is she
90.
Medusa?
Maybe.
And then what? Are we going back to the other book again?
Yes, absolutely. By the time daylight finally comes, you're in a pine forest on the slopes of steep hills that lead to mountains. You stop and quickly pull out a map out of your kit bag. The map indicates that you're near what was once a ski resort called Squaw Valley. It might be around the next mountain. Then you hear a noise. It's the buzzing sound of a light plane, probably an observation plane. Is it searching for you, you wonder? If you take cover and wait until the plane leaves, turn to page 105. If you decide to go on trying to stay hidden in the trees, turn to page 101. Do we take cover and wait till the plane leaves? Or do we decide to go on walking and staying hidden?
Stealth mode.
Stealth it.
So we're gonna take cover and wait? Or we're gonna continue walking?
Hide in the trees.
With our snake headdress?
We're gonna hide with our snakes on the plane and wait till the plane leaves.
Oh no. Wait, what are our
The
choices?
snakes are telling you to go stealth. They're like,
Right, are we walking
Actually,
or are
that's
we
facts.
waiting?
Oh, definitely
Oh.
hide.
We're waiting and hiding. Okay.
This is chaos.
You stay aboard while a squad of 6 men and the lieutenant disembark. The clank of weapons and equipment is loud, but the noise is quickly swallowed by the dense rain forest. Adios, Lieutenant. May you have good luck and a long life. The captain waves to his men, and in minutes they have disappeared into the forest. Your boat now moves further up the Amazon, confronting a bewildering series of twists and turns as tributary streams join the mighty snaking river. The captain seems confident, but you aren't sure he really knows what he is doing. How could anyone know this maze of streams, islands, and channels? This is it, the captain says. I can tell it is the right place. We will put in here. The patrol boat reverses its engines and backs against the current. Then it moves forward until it enters a narrow stream. Slowly and carefully, the boat nudges upward. One of the soldiers moves away from the machine gun. As he stands up, a low branch catches him and spins him into the water.
What are our choices now? Rescue the dude or don't rescue the dude?
Turn the page.
With our snake headdress on? Chaos.
Yeah, let's see here.
I don't trust him.
Tension mounts as the day unfolds, and you wait uneasily for darkness to fall. The enemy patrols are in the hills all around you. The tents in the rebel camp have been dismantled and stowed away. Everyone stays under cover. No movement is allowed. The rebels lie with the weapons at the ready, scanning the horizon. Occasionally, there are signs of activity far off in the distance, but your area seems to be immune to discovery or attack. Finally, night comes and it's time to leave for Tertalia. With goodbyes and pledges of friendship, you, Matt, and Mimla quickly head from the rebel camp toward the field where your plane is hidden. Takeoff is chancy, but you make it and climb out of the valley. You bank and head due east. Your last look at the valley shows pinpricks of light from weapon fire. corporation, and Duradan troops are attacking the rebel group.
Well, at least we found the homies.
Fucking corporations.
We got them, boys. I think maybe the snakes were named Mott and Mimla. I'm not certain of that. You plop down onto a stool. Portillo must have left the bar when you were leaving the airport. Now, what do? Awaduga, whom you have almost forgotten, begs you to come with him now and forget the airplane. You still believe, however, that a plane is the fastest way to go. If you go back to the airport, turn to page 48. If you think you should go with Awaduga now, turn to page 9. Do we go back to the airport, or do we go with our new friend, Awaduga?
Airport.
Where's he gonna
I
take
agree
us
with
now?
Kaylee.
Well, I guess we're going to the Denver International Airport.
Wait. Oh, wait, the Denver airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. We should go there. I've never been and I've always wanted to go. So
It's pretty cool. We can go.
But we're actually going back to the Amazon in the other book.
Watch it, Marleva. You yell as two Duradan guards drop to their knees, firing their weapons on full automatic. Just then, a member of your ranger force hurls a smoke grenade. Two others overpower the guards, and you, Marleva, and the three rangers rush into the building. You know the layout of the Duradan operations building very well. When you were captured during the Duradan Wars several years ago, you were often brought here for interrogation. Second floor, third floor. Marleva, you yell, "Watch out!" You kick the door open with one massive swing of your foot.
It's an exciting airport.
The countryside rolls below like green cloth, seamed with a strip of brown. The Amazon River, even though you are not very high, 500 feet or so, the jungle is so thick that you can see nothing but the tops of trees and here and there a few small clearings. Portillo shouts to you over the roar of the engine. We will make a stop for gas at a small emergency strip about halfway. I have cached supplies there. You nod and then gaze back out the window. The heat in the plane from the engine and the sun make you drowsy. You awaken to a bumpy landing on Portillo's small dirt strip. While he fills the fuel tank in both wings, you, Awaduga, and your two snakes take a stroll to stretch your legs. Suddenly, Awaduga darts into the jungle. You shout after him, but he doesn't respond. What's the matter with him? Perhaps he's decided he thinks you're crazy. He doesn't like planes after all. But why didn't he say something? You feel like running after Awaduga, but you're unsure about leaving Portillo. Do we chase after Awaduga? Or do we go back to the plane and tell Portillo what has happened?
I say
He made his own choice. He abandoned his post. He's a deserter.
He's a deserter. So we remain with our snakes on the plane, and we tell Portillo the crazy events that have happened.
Yeah. How high are we again? 420 feet, right?
Motorcycles sound fine to me, you say. Let's get going. Take it easy. We'll get there, says a man who's been standing in the doorway watching. It takes time to arrange things. Be
Alan, I
cool,
want the
man.
hero's voice to be like Batman.
Be cool.
Motorcycles sound fine to me.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Several cups of herb tea later, you hear the sound of motorcycle engines. Vroom, vroom. Three old Harley Davidson bikes appear. Their riders are dressed in the leather jackets of the Hells Angels, a motorcycle club. The men are bearded and tough looking. One of the bikes has a sidecar, a little one-wheeled passenger car attached to its side. You hope that it isn't for you. But it is. Let's split, says one biker. He hands you a pair of goggles and a helmet.
Can the bikers sound like Mickey Mouse?
As you bounce along, you're sorry you chose the motorcycles over the snakes on the plane. The highways and roads haven't been cared for in years, and there are massive potholes and weeds. The bikers seem oblivious to it all and merrily roar on at high speed, rocketing over the bumps and vegetation.
Wish I had my synthesizer just hooked up, be doing like some music behind this shit, bro.
How far did you say it was? You yell at your driver. He doesn't answer. How far? You yell again. He just grins vroom, and accelerates. The old Harley belches smoke and keeps on going. 3 hours later, you cross a high pass and begin to descend into a long valley of despair, of rolling, forested hills. You wonder why you haven't been stopped by hostile corporation or Duradan patrols, but then everything about this area and this story is disorganized. The goggles the bikers gave you are covered with dirt, and you have to keep wiping them in order to see clearly. The exhaust fumes are making you sick to your stomach. How much farther, you ask again? The driver points ahead. There, he says. Sure enough, over the next hill you come to an armed rebel camp. The rebels welcome the bikers who have brought messages from people in Berkeley, that's in California, and a few needed supplies. But Mimla and Mott, your two snakes, are not in their basket. Where are they, you demand? They're up at the other camp with a man named Sellers. The man answers.
Roman, would you mind muting?
You might as well give up on your friends for dead, says another rebel. Sellers pushes the limits all the time. Can I get to this other camp, you ask? Sure, the rebel answers. In fact, we'll take you part of the way. You can join the patrol that's heading out shortly. You're escorted by a party of 4 armed people, 3 women and 1 man, to a spot where you can see a range of rolling hills beyond an immense stretch of land. Sellers is out there, they say, pointing to the hills. You're on your own now. Good luck. 2 days later, you're stopped by a rebel guard. He leads you to Sellers inside the camp, which is under heavy attack by Duradans and corporation troops. You explain who you are. So, where are they, you ask Sellers. Where are who? My snakes, Matt and Mimla, you say impatiently. Sellers shrugs. I was told they were here. You were told wrong, and I suggest you get out of here. The fighting's heavy. You'd be better off on your own. You think about that for a moment. At last, you make a decision. I'm staying, Sellers, you say. I'm determined to do what I came to do, if I can remember what that was. Anyway, you need all the help you can get. Fine, but remember it's your neck, he replies. The fighting is intense, and you're too busy defending your life to search for Mott and Mimla. There seems little hope of getting out alive. You think about your life in Tertalia and what the freedom of choice has meant for your people. The firing eases at times, and hope renews at these moments. I can't see who we're fighting, you say to Sellers. It's always like that, he replies. Ambushes, guerrillas, bananas, hit and runs. Actually, we use the same tactics, like banana peels. All the same, it just means killing people. Shortly after, the firing begins again. It seems impossible that anyone will survive the awful violence. Suddenly, you're out of ammunition. Sellers, I'm out. Have you got any more clips? Nope, that's it, I'm afraid. I ran out minutes ago myself. Soon, all of the rebels are out of ammunition. The attackers sense what has happened, but they're cautious. They hold their positions, suspecting the rebels might be bluffing. Finally, they contact you through a loudspeaker. Throw down your arms. There is no alternative. I repeat, stand up and throw down your weapons. Sellers nods and shrugs his shoulders. Let's see what happens. You guessed Awaduga wanted to go on, and you were right. Darkness is his natural element. The river to him is a living thing, and he maneuvers his dugout with care and precision. You are lucky to have such a guide. For hours you travel with just the light of stars and a sliver of a moon. The motor chugs away. Awaduga, could it be the Amazons? He is silent. As if he hadn't heard your question, you repeat it. Could it be the Amazons who captured my friends? He shuts off the motor, and the canoe twists in the current. He aims it toward the shore. Be quiet, very quiet. You look into the darkness. Nothing moves on the bank. What does he see? What does he hear? The dugout bumps against a submerged log. You almost jump out of your skin. Then you see it. There on the banks is a tall, muscular figure. It's a woman. Awaduga speaks. If you wish, why not ask her for help? If we ask the women for help, that is our first option. Or if we don't know what to say to this woman, and we ask Awaduga to speak for us, that's our other option. Are we brave? Can we speak to this Amazon woman ourselves? Or do we ask Awaduga to pass her a note with 2 check boxes, yes or no?
I sense this is how we end up in bed with 12 women. Let's ask her.
We're gonna ask her ourselves.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Ooh,
What could
that's
possibly go wrong?
That's a brave
Right?
move.
Slice the sword in the stone.
Let's see where this gets us. There's no place to hide.
Not from 12 women.
A beam of sky blue light reaches down from the underside of the object and bathes you in its warm energy. You try to move, to step out of the beam, but your feet are locked in position. You try to raise your arm, but it remains at your side. Your breathing slows, and your pulse rate falls until your heart is beating so slowly that you can feel each pulse in its full rhythmic movement. In rapid stages, Haven materializes beside you. First, his head and shoulders, then his knees and toes, then the dandruff. Slowly, facial details and coloration are added. The apparition reaches out and touches you. It wasn't a woman, it was a hologram. And the touch releases you from the frozen state you've been in. Haven speaks. I am certain you did not expect this, did you? I have more power than you imagined. Haven's tone is slow and even. There's no harshness in his voice. You nod your head. He continues. I have never been a Duradan, you know. Actually, I am not human. You can tell by my craft here. I am of a society called the Crystal People, and the people of my world need the help of the people of your world. I could not be sure whether the Duradans or you, Tertullians, should be the ones to help. I have now decided on the people of Tertalia. Will you come aboard my craft and find out what we need? We are friendly. What happens if I refuse, you reply. Nothing at all. You are free to go. What about my pilot? If you're so friendly, why did you kill him, you ask? It was not us who killed your pilot. Are you sure your own people are reliable? Haven replies. At that moment, you catch a sight of 3 figures moving toward you in the distance. They're members of the Tertullian Ranger Force. If we decide to trust this woman who is a hologram named Haven, for the time being, we can turn to page 27. If we decide to make a dash for freedom and escape this crazy person who is not human, to join our own people, we can turn to page 44.
44. Fuck the aliens.
We're gonna make a dash for freedom and join the human race.
I don't trust aliens at all. So,
not these crazy.
I mean,
people.
This crystal person already was a huge contradiction because we're like, we want the Tertullians' help, but also, are you sure they're reliable?
Right. Good point.
Walking crystal diction, contradiction.
A giant tapir crashes through the jumble of vines, dashing headlong among the trees and tangled.
I just want to say how good a job we've done not dying yet.
We are alive. We have not ended the story. The adventure continues. Swept up in the power of the noiseless wind, you huddle against a large tree. We have dashed away in search for freedom, and the world spins as we grasp the tree trunk. A black and orange spider the size of a golf ball slides down a filament of web and examines you. Then it climbs back up the strand and vanishes into the trembling leaves. It ends as it began. Silence and calm return to the forest. In the distance, a flute echoes through the trees. You seem to hear colors as well as sound. You travel on, forgetting your fear and giving in to the music. Soon the colors of the rainforest reveal themselves to you in infinite variety. The trail leads up a ridge. Climbing slowly and continuously, you walk for what seems like weeks, occasionally eating jungle fruits that may be hallucinogenic, but never sleeping. It's always a waking dream, always listening and following this hypnotic flute. At last, you come to the base of a mountain. The sound of the flute disappears, and you notice that the trail divides. One branch goes around the base and seems to lead to the foot of a steep cliff. The other goes up at a sharp angle. The summit is hidden in a sheath of clouds tinged with the red gold of early morning. Do we go straight up, or do we follow the trail around the base?
I vote up.
Do we climb the summit, or do we stay low and follow the trail around the base?
I'll second going up.
You can beast it up.
Roman's motioning up, but you're still muted, buddy.
Hmm.
Snakes do, man. What follow the snake vibe.
Do we stay low to the ground or do we climb up like a spider?
Up like a spider. We go up the water spout.
We are
Like a
spiders.
spider, climbing to the very tippy top.
Blindly, you follow the directions Sailor gives you that you remember just now. I hope we're getting close, you tell him after you've been flying for some time. Looks like bad weather ahead. He nods silently, and you turn your attention back to your flying. Soon the sky is filled with towering thunderheads capable of ripping the wings off any aeroplane, and especially off the delicate motor glider you've climbed up to and jumped off with. You dodge in and out of the clouds, climbing, diving, banking, and turning. Lightning flashes all around you in your hang glider, illuminating the clouds as though someone were switching on lamps inside them. The wind currents at 12,000 feet are gusting well over 40 knots, and your plane is tossed around the sky. You fly on, battling to stay in the air. Twice you slip through the clouds looking for a place to land, but without success. Time passes in agonizing minutes. Hope for a break in the storm is the only thing that keeps you going. Finally, you enter a cloud so dense and so high, and hotboxing, man, is so high that you pray you will get out alive. Your prayer is not answered. You've smoked too much. You and Sellers die of marijuana, and your plane meet the unwilling rock face of a mountain hidden by the clouds. You crash. That was some weird potpourri, dude. I'll never smoke oregano again, you say, as you meet St. Peter at the pearly gates.
Good job. So we had a snake headdress on when we died, right? So I just want to
We
confirm.
lost those snakes.
Oh no.
Yeah, but along the way, all your friends kept drugging you, so I don't know if this was a hallucinatory, initiatory experience, but you end up crashing.
Yeah. Congratulations,
Notice the
guys. Died of
Notice the
marijuana.
propaganda element. Yeah, I
Guess
was
we
gonna
shouldn't
say,
have
yeah,
gone up, huh?
the
Yeah.
propaganda element
Bullshit.
of dying
Too
of
much
marijuana.
climbing.
Yeah, if we were to stay low to the ground, we would have walked for 11 hours and
And turned into the second,
Marileva
like,
are trapped.
2
We are
Towers
trapped in
movie.
front of the Duradan headquarters. You never had a chance. From the moment you stepped onto Duradan soil, you were doomed to failure because of the simplest of mistakes. When you changed into civilian clothes, you'd forgotten to change your shoes. You left the trail, and the Tertullian military issue shoes leave a distinctive tread pattern that even a child can spot. The Rodens ask no questions. A blast of automatic fire ends your promising career. You die. The end.
So we were fucked either way.
Yes.
It was fate.
That was chaotic as fuck.
Well, then actually we made the right choice. You know, we died high, flying
Yes, there we go.
Fuck
high,
yeah,
rather than
exactly.
riddled with bullets over stupid boots. That's more like
You
interesting.
died as you lived in the flash of a blade. Sorry.
Interesting point though, because you
we
can always
died
tell
and went
the
to heaven.
agent provocateurs in
Mhm.
in like protests by their police uniform boots.
By the boots. Mhm.
Yep.
You will know them by their boots.
They walk
By
in
their fruit,
lockstep.
by their fruit boots. Hey, did you guys ever call Rollerblading, fruit booting. Is that a thing anywhere else?
No.
Pacific
I've heard of
Northwest.
that. Fruit
Yeah,
booting.
Pacific Northwest is definitely some. It's kind of a derogatory term. Like you're a fruit booter.
Love
No
Fruit by the-
GH.
Fruit by the foot.
I love to. It's funny you say fruit by the foot because I'm making this big black and yellow fruit roll up here.
That's what I thought when you showed the sculpture on Vibrant. I was like, looks like a fruit
Yeah.
roll-up thing. Cool.
Yeah, I
Sounds
love I love the name Fruit Leather. Whoever mom first said that is a goddess. Like you kids want some fruit leather? You damn
guys,
right we
I-
do, mom.
we John
it
like
down over here.
we died like John Denver in the Durotan territories in a plane crash, trying to go
No,
home.
that ending was the best possible ending. No,
I
doubt
think
about it.
so.
I, lo-
Hey, I'm out. I'm out of here, guys. That was a great way to finish it. for me.
I hope you dream about the
Oh,
12
you're
months of the
bailing
year,
off, Chance?
all the centerfold models
night,
will visit you in your
Chance.
dreams.
Yeah, man. nice
Thanks,
to see
Alan.
you. Thanks for
And
letting me
I
pop
want at
on your
least
show.
one for each month.
Did you say we die like John Denver, or did we die
Yeah.
on the John in
You
Denver?
guys can choose your own ending to that story. Do you die
I-
with bullets, or do you die flying high in your glider?
Fucking flying high, man.
Definitely high in the glider.
With the
Oh.
For
glider?
avoid all bullets for all time, please.
Man, it sounds like we were smuggling
or
drugs with all these
die.
trips to the airport.
Aces high.
I think we were the drug mule in this situation, and we didn't even know
Yeah,
it.
I think you are correct. That seems like a really logical deduction, in my opinion. Now, were you singing Iron Maiden? Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
I was never a big Iron Maiden fan, but I could still. That's good.
I fucking love
These
Iron
Canadian
Maiden.
chicks are pretty far out.
What else are we gonna do in the middle of winter? We got winter for half the fucking year. God, I'm so sick
Iron
of
Maiden.
snow. Exactly. And smoke weed.
Send
not
it
even
my way,
high.
I'll take the snow.
I'm not even high. Yeah, okay. I'll send you a box of snow. We'll see how that works
Yeah.
out.
That would be hilarious. Like, what is this wet box doing on our front porch?
It'll be a glass jar.
What
It
box?
was snow.
Was snow.
Well, people take sand from beaches and mail it to their families. Like, I went to the beach and I collected some sand to give to you so you can keep it in as a souvenir.
Yeah, I know. A
Since you
lady
didn't
that has a
go.
huge collection of sand. Yeah, but she at least collected it for herself. To me, bringing people gifts from really exotic places is a really risky territory. You know,
Soil
you either spend
samples.
some money and you bring them something really nice, or bring them some crappy T-shirt or a hat because that's what they expect. But in between is like a lot of danger. You know, like don't bring me sand from Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii. I might blow it in your eyes.
It's also
be sweet.
really
Okay,
bad.
It is
I've
kind
been
of
given sand.
irresponsible because say like they gave you a rock from a beach. Maybe it's a cursed rock. Maybe that's an ancient stone that someone cursed.
You guys
And
are no
you just
fun.
give it to
This
our
is the
family.
best chaos magic.
No, I would pick a beautiful rock that glimmers in the sun. So do you
Yeah,
guys
But if you're on Hawaii, you definitely are not allowed to take rocks from the beach and bring them back to the mainland. Very bad, not good. Cursed from
Oh,
the
yeah,
island away forever.
Yeah, there was an episode of Brady Bunch all about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hawaii is very
Okay,
serious about
noted.
do not taking anything from her.
Yeah, I was gonna say like if you're gonna go to Hawaii, you should really just like be really super conservative and chill and cool because there's people living there, and I've heard that they're pretty serious about everything. Like honking your horn might get you murdered in the street. So
Yeah, you might be attacked by
So
this humanoid figure with a pineapple face.
Oh God, no.
Oh yeah. Only Alan and a few select people understand the horror of pineapple face monster.
Is it a legend? Is it a mythology? This humanoid figure with a pineapple for a head terrorizing the children on around October 30th, 31st.
Okay.
Dia de los Muertos, All Hallows Eve, Samhain.
Because he wants
Samhain.
King's Hawaiian bread. So
Days.
I always
I was-
considered King's Hawaiian rolls to be like a delicacy around Thanksgiving time.
Oh, Easter.
Yeah, I mean, you have a
Easter.
Thanksgiving meal, you have a can of Spam, you have a King's Hawaiian roll, and maybe you have a macaroni salad from a deli. You throw it on your
Sounds
plate.
right
You watch James Bond the marathon on Spike TV, or maybe a Thanksgiving Day Macy's parade. I don't know. I don't know what you guys did for Thanksgiving.
I
James
only
Bond sounds right.
Football.
I only live my life by the code of the Brady brunch.
Brady brunch.
You throw footballs at your family members' faces?
All the time. That's how I get people
All the
attention.
All the
Yes.
time. I love it.
Do
That
they
gives
hold
such a great
still
image
for
all
you?
the time.
Or are they running away from you so you have moving targets?
No Nerf footballs, so they're soft.
Oh, that's nice. At least.
Wait, you're not kidding? You really throw footballs at your family's faces all the time?
Are they Nerf footballs?
I'm
Are they like
joking. I do not get
Okay.
that.
are they foam Nerf footballs?
No, that made it really believable, Chris. You said they're
Well, I
Nerf
said that
footballs,
because
and I imagine someone getting hit right in the face with a Nerf football and thinking, "This is the third time today. Damn it, he's really coming after me today."
I do remember having Beanie Baby fights where we would throw Beanie Babies at each other as hard as we could. Like that was just something
That's
that we
great.
did.
I used to have the web shooters for like the Spider-Man toy web shooters that you would get silly string and it would shoot silly string.
That's awesome.
And
Have they made silly string
Yeah, we
illegal?
definitely have those are the- that's it, yeah.
and I used to torment my little sister with it because she was terrified of silly things. Just showing her the can, she would freak out.
That stuff smells weird.
So I would wear my my silly string web shooters and just running around tormenting her. Which is the opposite of what Spider-Man is about. So
You're safe.
You crazy kids.
Does
you ready?
anyone else
Are you
have
ready?
anything ready to read?
Are you ready for the struggle for power from the Celestian prophecies?
Yeah.
I am ready.
Okay, excellent. Wah.
I have my friends Matt and Mimla in my hat, and we're ready to listen.
Okay, good. Alrighty.
I really like your painting, by the way, Kaylee.
Thanks, buddy. I've got another one chilling out here. A mini version. Somebody else's chart. It's not my chart. And then yeah, okay. The struggle for power. A pothole and a gravel road jolted the Jeep and woke me up. I looked at my watch. 3 p.m. As I stretched and attempted to fully awaken, I felt a sharp pain in the small of my back. The drive had been grueling. After leaving Vicente, we had traveled the entire day, riding in several different directions as though Will were looking for something he couldn't find. We had spent the night at a small inn where the beds were hard and lumpy and I had slept little. Now, after traveling hard for the second day in a row, I was ready to complain. I looked over at Will. He was focused on the road and so intent and alert that I decided not to interrupt him. He seemed to be in the same serious mood he had displayed several hours ago when we had stopped the Jeep and told me we needed to talk. Do you remember that I told you the insights had to be discovered one at a time? He had asked. Yes. Do you believe that each will indeed present itself? Well, they have so far, I said half humorously. Will looked at me with a serious expression. Finding the third insight was easy. All we had to do was visit Vicente. But from now on, running across other insights may be much more difficult. He paused for a moment and said, I think that we should go south to a small village near Kulabamba, a place called Kula. There's another virgin forest up there that I think you should see, but it is vitally important that you stay alert. Coincidences will occur regularly, but you have to notice them. Do you understand? I told him I thought I did and that I would keep what he said in mind. After that, the conversation had lapsed and I'd fallen into a deep sleep, a sleep I now regretted because of what it had done to my back. I stretched again and Will looked over at me. Where are we? I asked. In the Andes again, he said. The hills had turned into high ridges and distant valleys. The vegetation was coarser now, the trees smaller when windblown. Inhaling deeply, I noticed the air was thinner and cool. Better put on this jacket, Will said, pulling a brown cotton windbreaker from a bag. It'll be cold up here this afternoon. Ahead, as the road rounded a bend, we could see a narrow crossroads. On one side, near a white frame store and gas station, a vehicle was parked with the hood open. Tools lay on a cloth covering the fender. As I drove past, a blond man walked to the store and glanced at us briefly. He was round-faced and wore dark-rimmed glasses. I looked at the man closely, my mind racing back 5 years. I know it wasn't him, I said to Will, but that guy looks just like a friend of mine I used to work with. I haven't thought of him in years. I noticed Will was scrutinizing me. I told you to watch events closely, he said. Let's go back and see if that fellow needs some help. He didn't look like a local. We found a place where the shoulders of the road were wide enough and turned around. When we returned to the store, the man was working on the engine. Will pulled up to the top and leaned down the window. Looks like you have trouble, Will said. The man pushed his glasses back up his nose, a habit my friend also shared. Yes, he replied, I have lost my water pump. The man appeared to be in his early 40s and was of a slight build. His English was formal with a French accent. Ah, shit, I gotta do a French accent now. Will was quickly out of the vehicle, introducing us. The man offered me his hand with a smile that also looked familiar. His name was Chris Renault. You sound French, I said. I am, he replied, but I teach psychology in Brazil. I'm here in Peru seeking information about an archaeological artifact that had been found in a manuscript. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of how much I should trust him. We're here for the same reason, I finally said. He looked at me with deep interest. What can you tell me about it? He asked. Have you seen copies? Before I could reply, Will walked to the building, the screen door slamming behind him. Great luck, he said to me. The owner has a place where we can camp, and there's some hot food. We might as well stay for the night. He turned and looked expectantly at Renault. If you don't mind sharing your reservations. No, he said. I welcome the company. A new pump cannot be delivered here until tomorrow morning. While he and Will began a conversation about the mechanics and reliability of Renault's land cruiser, I leaned back against the Jeep, feeling the warmth of the sun and drifting into a pleasant reverie about the old friend Renault had brought to mind. My friend had been wide-eyed and curious, very much like Renault seemed, and a constant ray of flux. I could almost recall the theories he liked, but time had obscured my recollection. Let's get our stuff down to the campsite, Will was saying, patting me on the back. Okay, I said absently. He opened the rear door and pulled out the tent and sleeping bags and loaded my arms, then grabbed a duffel bag full of extra clothing. Renault was locking up his vehicle. We all walked past the store and down a close. The ridge fell away steeply behind the building, and we angled to the left along a narrow pathway. After 20 or 30 yards, we could hear water running, and further on, we saw a stream cascading down the rocks. The air was cooler, and I could smell a strong fragrance of mint. Directly in front of us, the ground leveled out, and the stream formed a pool about 25 feet in diameter. Someone had cleared a campsite and built a rock containment for a fire. Wood was stacked against a nearby tree. This is fine, Will said, and began unpacking his large four-man tent. Renault spread his smaller tent to the right of Will. Are you a Will researchers? Renault asked me at one point. I gave up on the French accent. Will had finished with the tent and walked up to check on dinner. Listen, Guide, I said. I'm not doing much of anything right now. Renault gave me a puzzled look. I smiled and asked, have you been able to see any parts of the manuscript? I have seen the first and second insights, he said, stepping closer, and I'll tell you something. I think it has all happened just as the manuscript says. We are changing our worldview. I can see it in the psychology. What do you mean? He took breath. My view is conflict, looking at why humans treat each other so violently. We've always known that this violence comes from the urge humans feel to control and dominate one another, but only recently have we studied this phenomenon from the inside, from the point of view of the individual's consciousness. We've asked what happens inside a human being that makes him want to control someone else. We've found that when an individual walks up to another person and engages in conversation, which happens billions of times each day in the world, one of two things can happen. That individual can come away feeling strong or feeling weak, depending on what occurs in the interaction. I gave him a puzzled look, and he appeared slightly embarrassed at having rushed into a long lecture on the subject. I asked him to go on. For this reason, he added, we humans always seem to take a manipulative posture. No matter what the particulars of the situation or the subject matter, we prepare ourselves to say whatever we must in order to prevail in the conversation. Each of us seeks to find some way to control and thus to remain on top of the encounter. If we are successful, if a viewpoint prevails, then rather than feel weak, we receive a psychological boost. In other words, we humans seek to outwit and control each other, not just because of some tangible goal in the outside world that we're trying to achieve, but because of the lift we get psychologically. This is the reason we see so many irrational conflicts in the world, both at the individual level and at the level of nations. The consensus in my field is that this whole matter is now emerging into public consciousness. The humans are realizing how much we manipulate each other, and consequently, we're reevaluating our motivations. We're looking for another way to interact. I think this reevaluation will be a part of the new worldview that the manuscript speaks of. Our conversation was interrupted as Will walked out. They're ready to serve us, he said. We hurried up the path and into the basement level of the building, the family's living quarters. We walked through the living room and into the dining area. On the table was a hot meal of stew, vegetables, and salad. Sit down, the proprietor was saying in English, pulling out chairs and rushing about. Behind him stood an older woman, apparently his wife, and a teenage girl of about 15. While taking his seat, Will accidentally brushed his fork with an arm. It fell noisily to the floor. The girl glanced at the woman, who in turn spoke harshly to the young girl, who had not yet moved to bring a new one. She hurried into the other room and returned holding a fork, then handed it tentatively to Will. Her back was stooped and her hand shook slightly. My eyes met Renault's from across the table. Enjoy the food, the man said, handing me one of the dishes. For most of the meal, Renault and Will talked casually about academic life, the challenges of teaching and publishing. The proprietor had left the room, but the woman stood just inside the door. As the woman and her daughter began serving individual dishes of pie, the girl's young elbow hit my water glass, spilling the water on the table in front of me. Though the woman rushed over in a rage, shouting at the girl in Spanish, pushing her out of the way. I'm very sorry, the woman said, wiping up the water. The girl is so clumsy. The young girl exploded, flinging the remaining pie at the woman, missing and splattering pie and broken china in the middle of the table, just as the proprietor returned. The old man shouted and the girl ran from the room. I'm sorry, he said, hurrying to the table. It's no problem, I replied. Don't be so hard on the girl. Will was on his feet, figuring the bill, and we quickly left. Renault had been quiet, but as we walked through the door and down the steps, he spoke. Did you see that girl? He said, looking at me. She is a classic example of psychological violence. This is what the human need to control others leads to when taken to the extreme. The old man and woman are dominated the girl totally. Did you see how nervous and stooped she was? Yes, I said, but it appears she's about fed up. Exactly. Her parents never let up. And from her point of view, she has no choice but to lash out violently. It is the only way she can gain some control for herself. Unfortunately, when she grows up because of this early trauma, she will think she has to seize control and dominate others with the same intensity. This characteristic will be deeply ingrained and will make her just as dominating as her parents are now, especially when she's around people who are vulnerable, such as children. In fact, the same trauma no doubt happened to her parents before her. They have to dominate now because of the way their parents dominated them. That's the means through which psychological violence is passed down from one generation to another. Renaud stopped suddenly. I need to get my sleeping bag out of the truck, he said. I'll be down in a second. I nodded, and Will and I continued to the campsite. You and Renaud have been talking a lot, Will remarked. Yes, we have, he said. He smiled. Actually, Renaud has been doing most of the talking. You listen and answer direct questions, but you don't offer much. I'm interested in what he has to say, I said defensively. Will ignored my tone. Did you see the energy moving between the members of that family? The man and woman were sucking the child's energy into themselves until she was almost dead. I forgot to watch the energy flow, I said. Paul, don't you think Renaud would like to see it? What do you make of running into him in the first place? I don't know. Don't you think it has some meaning? We were driving down the road and you see someone who reminds you of an old friend, and when we meet him, he happens to also be looking for the manuscript. Doesn't that sound beyond coincidence? Yes. Perhaps you met so that you could receive some information that will extend your journey here. And doesn't it follow that perhaps you have some information for him as well? Yes, I guess so. What do you think I should tell him? Will again looked at me with his characteristic warmth. The truth, I said. Before I could say anything else, Renaud came bounding down the path towards us. I brought a flashlight in case we needed it later. For the first time, I became aware of the twilight and looked west. The sun had already set, but the sky was still a bright orange. The few clouds in that direction carried a darker reddish color. For an instant, I thought I saw a whitish field of light around the plants in the foreground, but the image faded. Beautiful sunset, I said, then noticed Will had disappeared into his tent and Renaud was pulling the sleeping bag from his case. Yes, it is, Renaud said distractedly without looking. I walked over to where he was working. He looked up and said, I didn't get to ask you, what insights have you seen? The first two were only described to me, I replied, but we just spent the last 2 days at the Vicente Lodge near Satipo. While we were there, one of the people doing research gave me a copy of the third insight. It's pretty amazing. His eyes lit up. Do you have it with you? Yes. Do you want to look at it? He jumped at the opportunity and took it to his tent to read. I found some matches, an old newspaper, and started a fire. After it was burning brightly, Will crawled out of his tent. Where's Renaud? He asked. He's reading the translation Sarah gave me. Will walked over and sat on a smooth log someone had placed near the fire area. I joined him. Darkness had finally descended, and nothing could be seen except for the bare outline of the trees to our left, and dim lights from the station behind us, and a muted glow from Renaud's tent. The woods were alive with night sounds, some of which I had never heard before. After about 30 minutes, Renaud emerged from the tent, his flashlight in hand. He walked over and sat at my left. Will was yawning. That insight is amazing, he said. Could anyone there actually see those energy fields? I briefly told him of my experiences, beginning with our arrival and proceeding through the point where I actually saw the fields myself. He sat silent for a minute, then asked. They were actually doing experiments where they projected their own energy onto plants and affected the plant's growth. It affected their nutritional potency too, I said. But the main insight is broader than that, he commented, almost to himself. The third insight is that the universe, on the whole, is made up of this energy. We can affect perhaps not only plants, but other things as well, just by what we do with the energy that belongs to us, the part we control. He paused for a full minute. I wonder how we affect other people with our energy. Will looked at me and smiled. I'll tell you what I saw, I said. I witnessed an argument between two people, and their energies were doing really strange things. Renaud pushed up his glasses again. Tell me about that. Will stood up at this point. I think I need to turn in, he said. It's been a long day. We both said goodnight, and Will entered his tent. Afterwards, I described as best I could what Sarah and the other scientists had said to each other, emphasizing the action of their energy fields. Now, wait a minute, Renaud said. You saw their energies pulling at each other, trying to, say, capture each other as they argued? That's right. He was thoughtful for a few seconds. We must analyze this fully. We had two people arguing over who had the correct view of the situation, over who was right, each seeking to win out over the other, even to the point of invalidating the other's confidence and to outright name calling. Suddenly, he looked up. Yes, this all makes sense. What do you mean? I said. The movement of this energy, if we can systematically observe it, is a way to understand what humans are receiving when we compete and argue and harm each other. When we control another human being, we receive their energy. We fill up at the other's expense, and the filling up is what motivates us. Look, I must learn how to see these energy fields. Where is this Vicente Lodge? How do I get there? I told him the general location, but said he would have to ask Will for specific directions. Yes, I'll do that tomorrow, he said with commitment. For now, I should get some sleep. I want to leave as early as possible. He said goodnight, then disappeared into his tent, leaving me alone with the crackling fire and the night sounds. When I awoke, Will was already out of the tent. I could smell the aroma of hot cereal. I slipped out of my sleeping bag, and looked out through the tent flap. Will was holding a pan over the fire. Renaud was nowhere to be seen, and his tent was gone. Where's Renaud? I asked, climbing out and walking over to the fire. He already packed up, Will said. He's up there working on his truck, getting ready so he can leave as soon as his part comes in. Will handed me a bowl of oatmeal, and we sat on one of the logs to eat. Did you two stay up late talking? Not really, I said. I told him all I knew. Just then we heard sounds from the path. Renaud was hurriedly walking down to us. I'm all prepared, he said. I must say goodbye. After several minutes of conversation, Renaud walked back up to the steps and left. Will and I took turns bathing and shaving in the station owner's bathroom. Then we packed our gear, filled the vehicle with gas, and departed, heading north. How far is Kulu? I asked. We should be there before nightfall if we're lucky, he said, then added, so what did you learn from Renaud? I looked closely at him. He seemed to be looking for a specific answer. I don't know, I said. What conception did Renaud leave you with? That we humans, although we're unconscious of it, have the tendency to control and dominate others. We want to win the energy that exists between people. It builds up somehow, makes us feel better. Will was looking straight ahead at the road. He looked as if he was suddenly thinking of something else. Why do you ask? I inquired. Is this the fourth insight? He looked at me. Not quite. You've seen the energy flow between people, but I'm not sure you know how it feels when it happens to you. And tell me how it feels, I said, growing exasperated. You accuse me of not talking. Getting information out of you is like pulling teeth. I've been trying for days to find out more about your past experiences with the manuscript, and all you do is put me off. He laughed and shot me a smile. We had a deal, remember? I have a reason for being secretive. One of the insights concerns how to interpret the events of one's past life. It is a process of becoming clear about who you are, what you are here on this planet to do. I want to wait until we reach this insight before we discuss my background, okay? I smiled at his adventurous tone. Yeah, I guess. For the remainder of the morning, we rode in silence. The day was sunny and the sky blue. Occasionally, as we proceeded higher into the mountains, thick clouds would float across our path, covering the windshield with moisture. Around noon, we pulled over at an overlook that afforded a spectacular view of the mountains and valleys to the east. Are you hungry? Will asked. I nodded, and he pulled two carefully wrapped sandwiches from a bag on the back seat. After he handed me one of them, he said, what do you think about this view? It's beautiful. He smiled slightly and stared at me, giving me the impression that he was observing my energy field. What are you doing? I asked. Just looking, he said. Mountain peaks are special places that can build energy in whomever sits on them. You look as though you have an affinity for mountain overlooks. I told Will of my grandfather's valley and of the ridge overlooking the lake, and how it made me feel alert and energized the same day Charlene had arrived. Perhaps growing up there, he said, prepared you for something here, now. I was about to ask him more about the energy the mountains provide when he added, when a virgin forest is on a mountain, the energy is amplified even more. Is the virgin forest we're headed for on the mountain? He asked. Look for yourself, he said, you could see it. He pointed towards the east. Miles away, I could see two ridges which ran parallel to each other for what looked like several miles. Then they converged, forming a V shape. In the space between the two ridges lay what looked like a small town, and at the vortex, the point where the two ridges met, the mountain rose sharply and butted off to a rocky summit. The summit appeared slightly higher than the ridge we were on, and the area around its base seemed much greener, as though covered with lush foliage. That area of green? I asked. Yes, Will said. It's like Vicente, yet more powerful and special. How is it special? It facilitates one of the other insights. How? I asked. He started the Jeep and pulled back onto the road. I'm betting, he said, that you will find out. Neither of us said much more for an hour or so. Then I drifted off to sleep. Some time later, Will was shaking my arm. Wake up, he said. We're coming into Kula. I sat up in the seat. Ahead of us in a valley where two roads came together was a small town. On both sides were the two ridges we had seen. The trees on the ridges seemed as large as those of Vicente and spectacularly green. I want to tell you something before we drive in there, he said. In spite of the energy of this forest, this town is a lot less civilized than other areas of Peru. It's known as a place to get information about the manuscript, but the last time I was here, it was full of greedy types who didn't feel the energy and didn't understand the insights. They merely wanted the money or recognition they might get by discovering the ninth. I looked at the village. It consisted of 4 or 5 streets and avenues. Larger frame buildings lined the 2 main roads that crossed in the center of town, but the other streets were little more than alleyways lined by small dwellings. I parked at the crossroads were perhaps a dozen off-the-road vehicles and trucks. Why are all these people here? I asked. He smiled daringly. Because it's one of the last places to get gas and supplies before going deeper into the mountains. He started the Jeep and drove slowly into town and stopped in front of one of the larger buildings. I couldn't read the Spanish signs, but from the products in the window, I presumed it was a grocery and hardware. Wait here for a minute. Wait here for a minute, he said. I want to go in for a few things. I nodded and Will disappeared inside. As I looked around, a truck pulled up across the street and several people got out. One was a dark-haired woman in a fatigue jacket. To my amazement, I realized it was Marjorie. She and a young man in his early 20s crossed the street and walked right in front of me. I opened my door and got out. Marjorie, I yelled. She stopped and looked around, then saw me and smiled. Hello, she said. As she began to walk towards me, the young man grabbed her arm. Robert told us not to talk with anyone, he said very softly, trying not to let me overhear. It's okay, she said. I know this person. Go on in. He looked at me skeptically, then backed away and went into the store. I tried then, in a stuttering way, to explain what had happened between us at the gardens. She laughed and told me Sarah had related everything to her. She was about to say something else when Will walked out with a handful of supplies. I introduced them. We all talked for a few minutes as Will placed the supplies in the back of the Jeep. I have an idea, Will said. Let's get something else to eat across the street. I looked over at what appeared to be a small cafe. Sounds good to me, I said. I don't know, Marjorie said. I need to leave soon, my ride. Where are you going? I asked. Back to the west a couple of miles. I've come up to visit a group studying the manuscript. We can take you back later after dinner, Will commented. Well, I guess that'll be okay. Will looked at me. I have one more thing to pick up. You two go ahead and order, and I'll order something when I get there. It'll only be a few minutes. We agreed, and Marjorie and I waited as several trucks passed. Will walked down the street to the south. Suddenly, the young man with whom Marjorie had arrived walked out of the store and confronted us again. Where are you going? He said, holding her arm. This is a friend of mine, she replied. We're going to eat, and then he can run me back later. Look, you can't trust anyone up here. You know Robert wouldn't approve. It's okay, she said. I want you to come with me, now. I took his arm and pulled it off Marjorie. You heard what she told you, I said. He stepped back and looked at me, suddenly appearing very timid. He turned and walked back into the store. Let's go, I said. We walked across the street and into the small diner. The eating area consisted of one room and just 8 tables and was permeated with the smell of grease and smoke. Bacon. I spotted an unoccupied table on the left. As we walked over, several people glanced up at us for an instant, then returned to what they were doing. The waitress spoke only Spanish, but Marjorie knew the language well and ordered for us both. Afterward, Marjorie looked at me warmly. I grinned at her. Who's that guy you were with? That's Kenny, she said. I don't know what's wrong with him. Thanks for helping. She was looking directly into my eyes, and her comment made me feel wonderful. How did you get connected with this group? I asked. Robert Jensen is an archaeologist. He formed a group to study the manuscript and to search for the ninth insight. He came by Vicente a few weeks back. Then a couple of days ago, What? Well, I was in a relationship at Vicente that I wanted to get away from. Then I met Robert. He was so charming. What he was doing seemed so interesting. He convinced me that our research at the gardens would be enhanced by the ninth insight and that he was on his way to find it. He said searching for this insight would be the most exciting thing he's ever done. And when he offered me a place on his team for a few months, I decided to accept. She paused again and looked down at the table. She appeared uncomfortable, so I changed the subject. How many of the insights have you read? Only the one I saw at Vicente. Robert has some others, but he believes people have to rid themselves of their traditional beliefs before they can understand them. He says he would rather they learn the key concepts from him. I must have frowned because she added, "You don't like that much, do you?" "Sounds suspicious," he said. She looked at me intensely again. I wondered about it too. Maybe when you take me back, you can talk to him and tell him what you think. The waitress arrived and brought our food, and as she was walking away, I saw Will come in the door. We walked quickly to our table. "I've got to meet some people about a mile north of here," he said. "I'll be gone about 2 hours. Take the Jeep and take Marjorie back. I'm riding with someone else." He shot me a smile. "We can meet back here." The thought came to me to tell him about Robert Jensen, but I decided against it. "Okay," I said. I looked at Marjorie. "Nice to have met you. Wish I had time to stay and talk." She looked at him with her quiet expression. "Maybe some other time." He nodded, handed me the keys, and walked away. Marjorie ate for a few minutes, then said, "He seems like a man with a purpose. How did you meet him?" I told her in detail my experiences upon first arriving in Peru. As I talked, she listened intently. So intently, in fact, that I found myself telling the story with great ease and expressing the dramatic turns and episodes with insight and true flair. She seemed spellbound, hanging on every word. "Goodness," she said at one point. "Do you think you're in danger?" "No, I don't think so," I said. "Not this far from Lima." She was still looking at me expectantly. So while we finished eating, I briefly summarized the events at Vicente up to the point where Sarah and I arrived at the gardens. "That's where I met you," I said. "And you ran off." "Oh, it wasn't like that," she said. "I just didn't know you. And when I saw your feelings, I thought it was best to leave." "Well, I apologize," I said, chuckling, "for letting my energy get out of hand." She looked at her watch. "I guess I should be getting back. He'll be wondering about me." I left enough money for the bill and walked outside to Will's Jeep. The night was chilly and we could see a trace of our bath. As we got in, she said, "Head back north on this road. I'll tell you where to turn." I nodded, made a quick U-turn in the street and headed that way. "Tell me more about this farm we're going to," I said. "I think Robert rents it. Apparently his group has been using it for a long time while he has studied the insights. Since I've been there, everyone has been assembling supplies and readying vehicles, things like that. Some of his men seem very rough." "Why didn't he invite you along?" I asked. "He said he wanted a person who could help interpret the last insight once we found it. At least that's what he said back at Vicente. Here he has only talked about supplies and helping prepare for the trip." "Where is he planning to go?" "I don't know. He never answers me when I ask." "That's not a good sign." After about a mile and a half, she pointed out a turn on the left onto a narrow rocky road. It meandered up a ridge and down into a flat valley. Ahead was a farmhouse made of rough planking. Behind it were several barns and outbuildings. 3 llamas peered at us from the fenced pasture. As we slowed to a stop, several people walked around the vehicle and stared without smiling. I noticed a gas-powered electric generator humming at the side of the house. Then the door opened and a tall, dark-haired man with strong, lean features walked towards us. That's Robert, Marjorie said. Good, he said, still feeling strong and confident. We got out as Jensen walked up to us. He looked at Marjorie. I was worried about you, he said. I understand you ran into a friend. I introduced myself and he shook his hand firmly. I'm Robert Jensen, he said. Glad you two were all right. Come in. Inside, several people busied themselves with supplies. One carried a tent and camping gear toward the back. Through the dining room, I noticed two Peruvian women. Through the dining room, I noticed two Peruvian women in the kitchen packing food. Jensen sat in one of the chairs in the living room and directed us to two others. Why did you say you were glad we were all right? I asked. He bent towards me and asked in a sincere tone, how long have you been in this area? Only since this afternoon. Then you couldn't know how dangerous it is here. People are disappearing. Have you heard of the manuscript of the missing ninth insight? Yes, I have. In fact, then you need to know what's going on, he interrupted. The search for the last insight is getting ugly. There are dangerous people involved in this. Who? I asked. People that don't care about the archaeological value of this discovery at all. People who just want the insight for their own purposes. The huge man with a beard and paunch interrupted the conversation and showed Jensen the list. They discussed something briefly in Spanish. Jensen looked at me again. Are you here to find the missing insight too? Do you have any idea what you're getting into? I felt awkward and had difficulty expressing myself. Well, I'm mainly interested in finding out more about the entire manuscript. I haven't seen that much of it yet. He straightened his chair and said, do you realize that the manuscript is a state artifact and that copies of it have been made illegal except by permit? Yes, but some scientists disagree with that. They feel the government is suppressing new. Don't you think the nation of Peru has the right to control its own archaeological treasures? Does the government know that you're in this country? I didn't know what to say. The surge of anxiety in my stomach was back. Look, don't get me wrong, he said, smiling. I'm on your side. If you have some sort of academic support from outside the country, then tell me. But I get the feeling you're just floating around. Something like that, I said. I noticed Marjorie's focus had shifted from me to Jensen. What do you think she should do? She asked. Jensen stood up and smiled. I could perhaps work you into a position with us here. We need more people. Where we are going is relatively safe, I think. And you could find some avenues home along the way if things didn't work out. He looked at me closely. But you'll have to be willing to do exactly as I say, every step of the way. I glanced over at Marjorie. She was still looking at Jensen. I felt confused. Perhaps I should consider Jensen's offer, I thought. If he was in good standing with the government, then this might be the only opportunity I had for a legitimate way back to the States. Perhaps I had been fooling myself. Perhaps Jensen was right and I was in way over my head. I think you should consider what Robert is saying, Marjorie commented. It's too frightening out there alone. Though I knew she might be correct, I still had faith in Will, in what we were doing. I wanted to express this thought, but when I tried to speak, I found I couldn't formulate the words. I could no longer think clearly. Suddenly, the large man walked into the room again and looked out the window. Jensen was quickly up and looking. Then he turned to Marjorie and in a casual tone said, Someone is coming. Go ask Kenny to come up here, please. She nodded and left. Through the window, I could see truck lights approaching. The vehicle parked just outside the fence, 50 feet away. Jensen opened the door, and as he did, I heard my name mentioned outside. Who's that? I asked. Jensen looked at me sharply. Be very quiet, he said. He and the large man walked outside and pulled the door closed. Through the window, I could see a lone figure silhouetted behind the truck's lights. My first impulse was to stay inside. Jensen's assessment of my situation had filled me with foreboding, but something about the person of the truck seemed familiar. I opened the door and walked outside. As soon as Jensen saw me, he quickly turned and walked my way. What are you doing? Go back inside. Above the generator, I thought I heard my name again. Go back inside now, Jensen said. It could be a trap. He was standing directly in front of me, blocking my view of the vehicle. Go back inside, now. I felt totally confused and panicked, unable to make a decision. Then the figure behind the lights walked closer and I could see his form around Jensen's body. Distinctly, I heard, "Come here, I need to talk with you." Then as the figure approached, my head cleared and I realized that it was Will. I rushed past Jensen. "What was wrong with you?" Will asked quickly. "You need to get out of here." "But what about Marjorie?" "We can't do anything about her right now," Will said. "We better leave." We started to walk away when Jensen called out, "You better stay here. You won't make it." I glanced back. Will stopped and looked at me, giving me a choice to stay or go. "Let's go," I said. We passed the truck in which Will had arrived, and I noticed two other men had been waiting in the front seat. When we got to Will's Jeep, he asked for the keys and we drove away. The truck with Will's friends followed. Will turned and looked at me. "Jensen told me you decided to stay with this group. What was going on?" "How do you know his name?" He stammered. "I just heard all about this guy." Will replied. "He works for the Peruvian government. He's a real archaeologist, but he's committed to keeping the whole thing secret in return for exclusive rights to study the manuscript. Only he wasn't supposed to go looking for the missing insight. Apparently he's decided to violate that agreement. He is rumored to be leaving soon in pursuit of the ninth. When I learned he was the person Marjorie was with, I thought I'd better get down here." "What else? What did he say to you?" "He told me I was in danger and that I should join with him and that he'd help me leave the country if that's what I wanted." Will shook his head. "He really had you hooked." "What do you mean?" "You should have seen your energy field. It was flowing almost totally into his." "I don't understand." Think back to Sarah's argument with the scientists at Vicente. If you had witnessed one of them winning, convincing the other that he was correct, then you would have seen the loser's energy field flowing into the winner's, leaving the loser field drained and weak and somewhat confused. The way the girl in the Peruvian family appeared and the way, he smiled, that you look now. "You saw that happening to me?" I asked. "Yes," he replied, "and it was extremely difficult for you to stop his control of you and to pull yourself away. I thought for a minute you weren't going to do it." "Jesus," I said, "that guy must be really evil." "Not really," he said. "He's probably only half aware of what he's doing. He thinks he's right to control the situation, and no doubt he learned a long time ago that he could control successfully by following a certain strategy. He first pretends to be your friend, then he finds something wrong with what you're doing, in your case, that you were in danger. In effect, he subtly undermines your confidence in your own path until you begin to identify with him. As soon as that happens, he has you." Will looked directly at me. "This is only one of many strategies people use to con others out of their energy. You'll learn about the remaining ways later in the sixth insight." I wasn't listening. My thoughts were on Marjorie. I didn't like leaving her there. "Do you think we should try and get Marjorie?" I asked. "Not now," he said. "I don't think she's in any danger. We can drive out tomorrow as we leave and try to talk to her." We were silent for a few minutes, then Will asked, "Do you understand what I said about Jensen not realizing what he was doing? He's no different from most people. He just does what makes him feel the strongest." "No, I don't think I understand." Will looked thoughtful. "All this is still unconscious in most people. All we know is that we feel weak, and when we control others, we feel better. What we don't realize is that this sense of feeling better costs the other person. It is their energy that we have stolen. Most people go through their lives in a constant hunt for someone else's energy." He looked at me with a twinkle in his eye. "Although occasionally it works differently. We meet someone who, at least for a little while, will voluntarily send us their energy." "What are you getting at?" "Think back to when you and Marjorie were eating together at the restaurant in town and I walked in." "Okay. I don't know what you two were talking about, but obviously her energy was pouring into you. When I walked in, I could see it clearly. Tell me, how did you feel during that time?" "I felt good," I said. "In fact, the experiences and concepts I was relating seemed crystal clear to me. I could express myself easily. But what does that mean?" He smiled. "Occasionally, another person will voluntarily want us to define their situation for them, giving us their energy outright, the way Marjorie did with you. It makes us feel empowered. But you'll see that this gift doesn't usually last. Most people, Marjorie included, aren't strong enough to keep giving energy. That's why most relationships eventually turn into power struggles. Humans link up energy and then fight over who is going to control it, and the loser always pays the price. He stopped abruptly and looked at me. Do you get the fourth insight? Think about what has happened to you. You observed that energy flows between people and wondered what it meant. And then we ran into Renaud, who told you that psychologists were already searching for some reason humans sought to control each other. All that was demonstrated with the Peruvian family. You saw clearly that dominating another makes the dominator feel powerful and knowledgeable, but it sucks the vital energy out of those who are being dominated. It makes no difference if we tell ourselves that we are doing it for the person's own good, or that they are our children, and therefore we should be in control all the time. The damage still occurs. Next, you ran into Jensen and got a taste of what this actually feels like. You saw that when someone is dominating you psychically, they actually take your mind away. It was not as if you lost some intellectual debate with Jensen. You didn't have the energy or mental clarity to debate with. All your mental power was going to Jensen. Unfortunately, this kind of psychic violence happens all the time throughout human culture, often by otherwise well-meaning people. I just nodded. Will had summarized my experience exactly. Try to integrate the fourth insight fully, Will continued. See how it fits together with what you already know. The third insight showed you that the physical world is actually a vast system of energy. And now the fourth points out that for a long time, we humans have been unconsciously competing for only the part of this energy we have been open to, the part that flows between people. This is what human conflict has always been about, at every level, from all the petty conflict in families and employment settings to wars between nations. It's the result of feeling insecure and weak and having to steal someone else's energy to feel okay. Wait a minute, I protested. Some wars had to be fought. They were right. Of course, we replied. But the only reason that any conflict can't be immediately settled is that one side is holding on to an irrational position for energy purposes. Will appeared to remember something. Reaching into his satchel, he pulled out a bundle of papers clipped together. I almost forgot. I found a copy of the fourth insight. He handed me a copy and said nothing else, looking straight ahead as he drove. I picked up the small flashlight Will kept on the floorboard, and for the next 20 minutes read the short document. Excuse me. Understanding the fourth insight, it said, is a matter of seeing the human world as a vast competition for energy and thus for power. Yet once humans understand their struggle, the insight continued, we would immediately begin to transcend this conflict. We would begin to break free from the competition over mere human energy, because we would finally be able to receive our energy from another source. I looked at Will. What's the other source? I asked. He smiled, but said nothing. End of chapter.
I like that a lot. That describes
Nice reading. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
describes perfectly.
that was really good.
Things
What was the name of that
experienced.
book again?
This is, if you look at my phone camera, I'll pull it up here. This is The Celestine Prophecy by James Redfield. There you go.
Thank you
Okay.
for reading this, Kaylee.
Yeah. It was synchronistically given to me. Seriously.
Of course.
Synchronistically given to me. So yeah, I gotta share the love.
Perfect.
Right? Yeah.
It was
Well,
perfect. It reminded
yeah,
me.
you're doing a great job.
Actually, Rachel, you'll really appreciate the story of how I came across this book. So I was attempting to sober up from drug abuse, and I was spending a lot of time at my friend's shop, and my friend was selling swords, actually, knives and swords, like real swords, like actual high carbon swords. And one of the one of the gentlemen that worked at that place did leather work, and he's actually who I learned leather work from. And this gentleman had been sober from the same drug I was trying to get off of for 7 years, so perfect to talk to. So anyway, I started learning started learning leather from him and just hanging out. And then they realized that I was good at it. So they started paying me for it. I basically just kept showing up until they gave me a job.
Nice.
Yeah. So they did a lot of like shows like the Comic Expo and different like the like Scottish games, like the Highland Games type stuff. Anyway, at one of these shows, I had like just gone through a really intense experience with psychedelics. And then from that moment, from that day, I started reading runes for myself every single day. And so as I was like learning the system and learning about the runes and all that, I started talking about them at these shows that we were doing. And yeah, I started speaking to this one gentleman at one show. And I don't know. It was, this guy's at least 20 years older than me, but he was just interested in what I had to say. And it was like, it's like, I don't know, it's like he could tell that I had had some very intense experiences recently or something. I don't know. I don't know. And he's like, okay. So anyway, so he came by the shop one day and dropped off The Alchemist for me to read. So I read that first, and that was amazing, mind blowing. And then I gave it back to him, and then he brought this one. And I haven't seen him since, so I haven't had a chance to give it back to him. But I still have his contact information, so I could give it back to him at any point. But it was just funny how that kind of happened. Yeah.
I love that.
And he says his spirit animal is an otter, and I'm like, oh. He's like, it's like this old German man, so his accent's super fucking thick. I'm like, Jens, you gotta slow it down, man. I only speak English. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah. I like that you read The Alchemist too. I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Story.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I haven't got to The Alchemist either, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
I like that story.
My experience with The Alchemist was very much a synchronicity too.
Oh yeah.
Same kind of a thing, you know, like
I
I started reading it at my friend's house, who's like one of my mentors and who's an amazing astrologer. We were just both fast friends. As soon as we met, it's like we knew we were soul partners or something. You know, she's like, you know what a demiurge is? What?
Yes, that sounds like a great conversation.
It's like I started reading the book as a whim or something. I don't remember. And I put it off for years because I thought it was going to be hokey and corny. And of course, after I read it, I loved it. But like I started reading it and then stopped. And then coincidentally, there was a copy of it at her house when I went to visit. And that's how I was able to finish it or something like that. You know?
The Alchemist is pretty awesome.
It's a great story.
I was like watching YouTube or listening to it and like doing dishes or something one night. And then all of a sudden, the next thing that popped up on the YouTube was the Alchemist complete audio book.
Nice.
Interesting, yeah. See,
I wasn't
so
listening to audio book. Like I was listening to like a documentary or like, I don't know, some kind of conspiracy thing. And then the Alchemist shows up. And before I could get over to like wash, dry my hands and look at what it was or change it to something else, like I was hooked.
Yeah.
Such a great story.
Nice.
I read his book, it's like a dramatization of Mata Hari, and it's very good too. And it's very short. Like I read it in an afternoon. Just so you guys know, that's the spy, the famous quote unquote spy Mata Hari. She's an amazing woman.
Nice.
That's another book by the same guy.
Yeah, Paul Coelho, I think is his name, and he's written a lot of stuff ever since he got big with that book. He's put out a lot of stuff, but I think so far Mata Hari is the only other thing I've read. But I'm tempted to read more of his work because he writes pithy, short little novels and stuff. You know, they're all small when I find them at the bookstores, and so that's encouraging since I have huge tomes I'm reading all the time and never getting close to the end of.
I think it was like a worldwide bestseller, and
oh yeah, it was. It blew up big time.
Every single language they translated it into.
That's awesome. You know, you nailed it when your story does that, right?
Pretty cool.
Yeah, your story, Kaylee, reminding. I recently watched this show I stumbled upon called Delta State. It's entirely made through rotoscoping, and it's a Canadian show from 2004. But the premise of the show is these 4 teenagers around the age of like 18 to 19. They all are amnesiacs. They don't remember the last anything before 2 months ago, but they each have psychic abilities like reading people's minds, remote viewing, seeing the future, being able to see the history of an object after picking it up. But and this old guy starts mentoring them and tells them that they are basically our last chance to help these evil entities called rifters from taking over our dimension. And because they want our mind, because in their dimension, which is called the Delta State, they need a physical form. So they try to get our like spirit and store it away in their dimension and like take over our bodies. And so since they're psychically inclined, they can project themselves into the Delta State and fight these entities before they secretly take over the rest of the world. But it's all the way they show that these entities, how they take over, is all has to do with energy and electricity, and it's really cool. One of the most interesting things to me about it that really stuck out to me is when they do come over to our dimension and take over someone's body, plants and animals can't be around them, or they will just like die instantly. And so one of the ways they can detect if someone has been taken over by them is if there's not any plants or animals. And they have to, in multiple episodes, they go into the Delta State dimension and try to rescue someone's spirit and take them back to their body. It's a really mind-blowing show. It's very short. It's only like 13 episodes.
Wow, that's really cool. Actually, I love actually that there's a lot of media that's like that. It shows that dynamic. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, what was the name of it again, Chris?
Delta State. It's
Delta
free
State.
on YouTube right now. Someone uploaded their entire series.
Nice.
I want to find a physical copy, but it is a Canadian show, and it only, like I said, it's very like independent. It only ran for 1 season.
Is it old?
It's from 2004.
2004, okay.
But like I said, it's done through rotoscoping, which if you don't know what rotoscoping is, it's when you film something, then you trace over it to animate it. So you trace
okay.
over every frame. So
Gotcha.
Yeah,
it's
like the original Hobbit movies are rotoscope for sure.
That's
yeah.
neat.
So it's really
Okay,
cool.
my dudes. I have got to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
Thanks
thank
again
you.
for reading.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
good
thanks
story.
for reading, Kaylee. I'll probably head on to bed myself. It's getting pretty late.
Yeah. All right. Good night. Good night,
Cool.
dudes.
Good night, you guys.
Good
And
night.
Dudette.
Night.
Thanks for reading.
Yeah.
Ah.
Good night, guys. Talk to you later.
Good night, Chris.
Good night.
What are you working on, Sean?
Oh, I'm just messing with Fimo clay.
Okay.
See, can you see if I
Oh, nice. I like those colors.
so I just let my mind go. You know, in my mind when I first started thinking about this show, when Jim told me about it, I had all these grandiose plans, but now I just let go. Just do whatever my hands are gonna do. But it's cool because I've got piles and piles and piles of bright colored Fimo clay creations. And God only knows what I'll do with them. Trade them, sell them, who knows what.
It's nice to get into the doodle space sometimes.
Yeah, to me, that's really what you made this for, this whole process. And so it's like, to me, it's honoring the process to just create and don't, take turns reading, listening, create. Not that it couldn't change up at some point and be something different too, but
Yeah.
and I mean for me personally, I don't know. I think the overall thing is actually something that can't really change much as long as we don't decide to change what we're doing. But I can't imagine also like quietly sitting here listening and working on editing a piece of writing or any of the other things that it would be considered artistic creation. I have them in my mind too. But I think like I need a first 10 or 20 episodes to just noodle around before I get down to business, maybe.
Yeah.
See what everyone's working on, Jim.
So I'm doing the same sort of thing, just a doodle, just kind of messing with textures and see if I can.
Oh, cool.
Texture
Wow.
and shapes and just sort of like seeing where it goes.
Wow, I like the depth. That looks really
Well,
cool.
Pencils with different hardnesses and darknesses and soft and hard. And so I've just been kind of experimenting to see what they all do. And just working it and reworking it is kind of adds depth.
I like it.
Yeah,
It makes me think of those stairs at the Vatican. You know what I'm talking about?
Maybe.
There's like a weird, it's not really even a staircase. It's like a ramp that's got graduated kind of bumps on it that act almost like stairs. But it's like this huge spiral ramp. Me and Johnny went on that thing when we were there too. Our tour guide made a joke also. She said, just as we're pulling up to the front of the Vatican, she says, "You'll need your passport to get into the Vatican." And we both start to reach like we need it. And then she laughed at us. She says, "I'm just kidding. You don't need your passport, but it is a different country." And we just laughed at her. Like, she was the most wonderful woman on the whole trip. I actually actively pursued and tried to seduce her unsuccessfully. She was tempted, I could tell, but she's a very attractive. She made it very clear to us that she was the Roman, not the Italian, Roman from Rome. She was really proud of her Roman heritage, and she was just really brilliant and articulate and friendly. She told me that she was married, but that she didn't live with her husband, that she lived with her 2 dogs, and that her husband still lived with his mother, and that I joked that when we were at the Trevi Fountain, if you throw a coin into the Trevi Fountain and make a wish, it's supposed to come true. And it was like there's some rule about like make 1 wish, it means one thing, but if you make 2, it means something else. And I offered her 2 coins to throw in the fountain so that she could get a divorce from her husband, and she laughed and told me that she would need 3.
Oh my gosh. That's fun.
It was a good time. We stayed in touch with her for a while. She used to send us postcards and we'd send letters back and forth. And last time I looked her up, I couldn't find her anywhere. And I'll never forget her name was Maria Grazia, you know, like Mary Grace.
It's very Roman.
Yeah, she was great. I mean, she cracked me up. Like she hated Japanese tourists, and she was talking about how they're not really human. And, you know, in this thick accent, it was so funny. She's like, the Japanese tourists is not the real person. They're not the real person. They want to get up, and she would just go off like and talk about how mad she was that they'd haul her out of bed to be a tour guide at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. They want to go see every site across all of Europe in 6 weeks. And she said, and they get home and they think the Eiffel Tower is in Rome and the Colosseum is in Greece, you know, and like she was just running them down. She was sick of the Japanese tourists. It was really funny.
That's cool. So is the staircase like, is it like one continuous piece, or is it like a bunch of like slabs that are set on top of each other, so it makes
Let me see if I can find a version of it real quick, and I'll share my screen because it would be hard to describe it.
So I think I'm imagining something that may or may not be it.
Vatican spiral. I should bring it up. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So we'll go to images, and I'll go back over here to zoom and push share screen. And I don't need audio, but I need to choose your window like that. I actually like all those images together. That's a lot of different good pictures of it.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
Wow, yes, I took the wheelchair down this actual thing, you know, like I took him down this in his wheelchair, so that was kind of fun and different. Not everybody gets to do that, I guess. If you slipped, it could be in a real bad way. There's lots of people. Because it's not really stairs; it's a long graduated ramp with bumps, you know. So.
Oh, it's like the Guggenheim, I think. It's sort of like that.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Maybe I'll have to type that one in next, huh? So a very interesting thing when we went into the Louvre, they had these huge things that looked very much like Star Wars. Like, so there's a beautiful spiral staircase that's completely freestanding in the Louvre. And it's just shocking to look at. But right next to it is this really nice cup-shaped, it looks like a single teacup kind of elevator. And so you just go get in this round thing. It's like just big enough for me and the guy in the wheelchair to be in. And they close you in, and it goes right down the middle of the spiral, you know.
Oh, wow.
So you go in, and there's a huge glass pyramid, and you really don't see any way to enter. And then there's just barely a way to step inside the edge. And you can see this whole opening down into the museum with this huge spiral staircase. But then because we're, you know, in the wheelchair, we can't take the stairs, obviously. So, but yeah, it's worth looking at too. I'm tempted to look up Guggenheim here.
So is it the elevator
see if I can
spirals down, or does it go straight up and down?
Just straight up and down. I was gonna maybe I'll do that too. See, Louvre spirals.
Which Star Wars were you thinking of, Sean? Because I know that they filmed some of episode 1 in Italy, and it was, some of those palaces were just beautiful.
I was just thinking of the general motion of things, like the way I guess I was thinking more of the original ones, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way the Empire stuff moves, and maybe the stuff just trying to think of the other mechanical stuff, like out on the ships and stuff. But I don't know. Can you see it here?
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you see the circle? Let's see if I can get a bigger picture of it, just real quick. So I'm pretty sure that, or see that right where the, you guys see my mouse or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the elevator, and it
so
just goes right up.
Straight
goes
up.
straight up through the middle of the spiral to like right here, you know.
And then it must be a
gangplank that comes out of that, or does that
I think it's flush with the floor if I remember
opening
correctly.
flush in the middle?
What's that?
So the off ramp for the teacup goes right to that where your mouse is, or does it
Yeah,
have
I've.
like does the
It
ground
doesn't.
come out?
Doesn't. No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't remember anything moving or coming out. I think it's all seamed right up, so it might be like an inch and a half gap or something. But other than that, it's just flush.
It doesn't look.
But yeah, see, looking at your picture now in the small thumbnail, it really does look like that Vatican staircase. That's true.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, there's a spiral at the Guggenheim too.
Yeah, sort of. It's like the whole inside. It's like a big. It's like the wall is all
Yeah,
the
the
way
ceiling.
around.
Oh no, the whole thing. I see. Okay, yeah, I've never been there.
So you have like art on the wall all the way around the spiral, and you can walk around and around and around. It's like an infinite
Right.
wall.
Yeah. What a. Oh man, that's making me pine to be inside of a real museum. I just suddenly have been stricken with a deep, horrifying loneliness of not having been inside of a real museum for far too long. I
Hey,
want to walk around and around and around. I might make exception to my rule of not taking eighths of mushrooms anymore if I could go to the Guggenheim.
that would be fun.
Tell everyone it's a spiritual quest. I'm not getting high. No, that's beautiful. Yeah.
When you
Now,
get
now I like the idea. Let's take these three components and put them together in some kind of a mock-up model. We could put this at the top and the Vatican thing at the bottom middle, and then I guess we'd have to put that other spiral staircase in the elevator right in the center of all of it or something. Huh?
and that little
Hanging.
teacup elevator is gonna jut through the glass
Trying-
ceiling and fly out like Willy Wonka.
Yeah, like Willy Wonka, exactly. Push the fucking button, Charlie. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, so here I'll stop screen sharing. That was a fun detour into spirals. We're spiraling, you guys. We're spiraling.
Spiraling.
Ladies, yeah, it's 1 o'clock in Idaho. That means it's midnight in other places and even later in yet other places. But I'm still content to stay here a little while longer if you guys are.
Yeah, I'm finishing up what I'm working on at the moment, or at least the amount that I'm going to do tonight. But
Yeah, I'm game.
some little details to put in.
Still walking around.
Is it just the three of us?
I don't know who's still with us.
I need to click the button. Oh no, we've got someone here.
Alan and
I
Snicker
don't know.
probably passed out.
Yeah, I imagine they were listening from the comfort.
Yeah,
of
from bed.
bed.
I haven't done that yet. Maybe one day that's what I'll do.
I almost fell asleep
It's nice.
last week. I was getting close.
I
Listening.
fell asleep when I was watching Dune. I made it so far, but that version is so long. It's the only movie I've made it to yet. And I was totally falling asleep.
The newer one?
Oh no, we watched like a fan edit that was really brilliant. Like it's like they somehow got all the footage from the Lynch version and added stuff in, and so that like it was a more complete version of the movie, and it's really well done.
I think I watched that. I think I know what you're talking about. It was really good.
It is a long one.
I do love the internet and as Roman was saying, the alchemy of everything is increasing to the point where almost everything's possible. So in a way, it's very beautiful. It's also very scary because it makes you imagine what they're really up to if they're willing to share with us and show us these terrific technologies that we're seeing, such advanced, sophisticated stuff.
Oh yeah. and what they're 25 to 75 years more advanced.
Yeah.
Clandestine.
And I always assume, they say it that way, and I always assume that that's true, but I also assume that it's actually by magnitudes. So, we all see how technology works. It's not so simple as to be like it gradiates up one little percentage at a time or something. It's by magnitudes. So God only knows what they're really up to, right?
Yeah. Well, I think there is something to be said for a breakaway technological society, or what they call it, the secret space program, or the Fourth
Yeah, plus
Reich,
ultra.
plus ultra.
Yeah, I watched American Ultra the other day, and it's just an interesting theme that I keep seeing. This idea that brainwashing machines, like making people into weapons.
Yeah, Zoolander. I just watched that.
Zoolander, Firefly. They have all these.
Yeah, Firefly was great. Yeah, it's interesting how the Mentat is always ever present, huh?
Yeah.
Well, in a way, they've kind of already done it. I mean, haven't they? By making people super aggro, wear your mask, like.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'd say that
on a broad
to me.
scale.
Oh yeah, no, I agree totally that we're all under the delusion of manipulation and brainwashing all the time. It's just to what degree you're willing to explore and admit it, including yourself, which is really hard for most people. You don't want to say, "Oh yeah, I've been really stupid and taken advantage of, and they fooled me almost every single time. No matter what, I always do what's in their favor." People don't want to feel like this, so they don't really admit it, but it's true
Well, they
to a
make it
degree.
seem more elaborate. It's too
Yeah.
unbelievable. It's like, oh, they
Right.
can never train a weapon. It's like, but you've all been weaponized.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. Go ahead, Jim.
So we've been programmed to consume and go contrary to our own best interests in so many ways.
Yeah. It's really strange. I find it so strange. That's why only spellcraft is the only thing that makes any sense to me as far as explaining it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's not, most of us do still have a pretty firm foundation of logic. We were brought up and raised in a world that really did rely on logic in a righteous way for the most part. It's too bad that so much of it was focused on self-centeredness and war, but it still was logic based, and it seems like it's more and more emotion, like they've kind of shifted it over to emotional based, and that, I don't know, that combined with like the use of the degradation of written language with emojis and all that stuff, it just trips me out. Like, oh man, you guys aren't satisfied. You want us to be like hella dumber, like way dumber. And like not even on a different level. Once again, on a different magnitude of what it means to be conscious and sentient. It's like I don't have any faith that they can pull it off, but it's very disturbing to see that we have such adversaries of all mankind, not like some group you could point to.
Yeah, you can't express deep concepts and feelings and thoughts with strictly emojis. And if our vocabulary is limited to mostly just emojis, then it just knocks you down. And also, like, a lot of people don't have that mind's eye. I think I was watching a movie the other day. What was it called? It was a Guillermo del Toro movie with Bradley Cooper as a carnival mentalist. And there was this part where this mentalist was up on the stage and she was, cold reading the audience and telling somebody about their dead brother. and he's got his hand on your shoulder right now. And then they like switched the camera angle, and somebody just beyond her had their hand on someone's shoulder next to her. And it was just like so blatant as being something only put in the movie there because so many people couldn't imagine the hand on her shoulder, so they had to like have it literally in the frame.
This tutorial movie, it drives me crazy when movies are just straight tutorializing to get the audience to draw them into whatever's going on. It really bothers me. Like I really loved the concept of the movie what's it called, Inception. I don't know if you guys have seen it. But I hated that the whole, like the first 25 minutes of the movie are like pretty much like a video game walkthrough to get the audience to understand what the concept of the movie is going to be about. And it's like, man, this sucks that everyone's so dulled down and dumbed down that you can't anticipate like a large audience. Like you can't make it for a big swath of current, society, and not have it be really baby fed and like really simple. Like you can't have anything that's kind of indie nouveau, like with a little bit of an edge on it where you might scratch your head and wonder what's going to happen, because they're not going to get it. People aren't going to understand at all. They're just not going to get it.
Well, that's the way that's engineered. You have to come to me for the information. That type of attitude.
Exactly.
And it's been like that for so long. I mean, we're just talking about the Vatican, like the most guilty parties of unless you know Latin, you won't know what church is.
And even then there's 5 more layers of code, even if you know the Latin.
I didn't know that my grandma actually spoke or understood Latin. I just knew that she went to the Latin mass. So I actually like knowing that about her. So she ended up getting a little bit more of the nuance than I would have thought. I'm sure there's, still layers, but at least if you're listening to it and you understand it to a degree.
Yeah, that's cool.
That is cool.
I'd love to go with little old ladies to church in foreign languages and just have them explain to us what's going on. That'd be great.
I think I used to think it might be fun to go to the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona and go to that mass, even though I absolutely hate mass. I think it would just be, I don't want to say I hate it, but I think it would be an amazing experience just to like be there for the purpose and just kind of go to church in this grand thing.
Yeah, I could definitely see doing that. I've only ever been to one Catholic mass and it was pretty weird. I went with the neighbor kids when we were.
It's kind of painful, but
I mean, I didn't understand. I was very insecure and anxious and uncertain because I was looking to my friend who wasn't exactly, I mean, he probably was an altar boy, but he wasn't like devout or anything. And he was just a little kid like me, 9 or 10 years old. And so I was just watching him and he was, like giving me the high sign, like, all right, we're going to kneel back down again. Okay, we're going to stand up again. Don't worry about it. You don't know how to cross yourself or whatever. It's okay. I was like, whoa, this is weird.
Realistic. Yeah, it was mostly for funerals that I did it. That's the only time I ever prayed the rosary. And I know my parents were on the sidelines like, please don't do this. I'm like, it's for grandma. This was her thing. But I could tell why they were so averted, had such an aversion to it. And it felt awful to pray it, honestly. Just to put yourself down that much. Mary, I'm such a sinner. I'm so awful. And man, it was really hard to say it. It was hard to say it. And I couldn't imagine that being very precious to somebody. Maybe they have
Yeah,
a
I don't.
perspective I don't, but
That's one thing they talk about. I don't. You know, I never experienced the whole Catholic Christian guilt thing. I mean, I was raised as a Protestant, so it's not really the same at all. But I have been studying the Orthodox liturgy and stuff a little bit. You know, like I got a little Orthodox prayer book, and it's still in there, but it seems like it's less severe. Like, you know, there's more compassion and understanding. And so to me, it's fascinating that all this came from somewhere, you know, allegedly from something that's supposed to be the most pure and true, perfect example of love, right? And then to watch everybody kind of claw it apart and take their little section and hold one part high and one part low, and you know, it's weird. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Especially if you consider that it all could have been done just in the last, you know, 500 or 600 years and not 2000 years or whatever, too. You know, that it's not, nothing apparently is as it appears to be. So we just get to wonder, you know, what the hell life's really about, right?
Well,
What are these churches really even for?
there's some
Seems to me-
manipulation and some control. You know, tell me all your secrets. Now I know everybody's secrets in town. That's a
Yeah.
powerful thing.
That's another thing. See, as a Protestant, we were taught that to have a priest was wrong. And then if you read in the Bible, Jesus does say that. Don't even call anybody else father, you know, and there's no evidence in the scriptures of this confessing to a priest and all this kind of stuff. So, you know, it's all fascinating.
yeah, because essentially we're supposed to, well, Jesus is supposed to be that role now. And if we're as he is, or he is as we are, I'm getting too tired to say it correctly, but it's in there. Y'all can look it up. Then we're essentially supposed to fill that role. I mean, that was the whole purpose of his existence, was to reveal that we don't need the middleman.
Yeah, that's why the curtain ripped from top to bottom and the foundation of the very temple was split. That's the symbol, you know.
And I think it's okay to have teachers. I was reading a book that Gordy gave me, and I heard it again in a podcast, because the pagan community is like, as much as they're about healing old wounds, they pick out stuff about the church that I'm like, which churches are you going to that this is still a real wound for you? Or are you jumping on a bandwagon? I mean, because really it was so like, gosh, it was like these people want to control you. Their priests and priestesses are about control. And I'm like, if you talk to anybody at the churches I've been to, they would disagree with you up and down. They'd be like, no, this role is for guidance, it's for leadership, you know, not control leadership, but more like you have somebody that you can learn from, or, you know, it's more about, you know, being a disciple, like a student teacher thing.
Very few examples I've ever seen of the actual pastor or priest or anybody actually being like vindictive and cruel and power mongering. You know, usually you don't see that at all. So I would agree.
And not to say it doesn't
sure it
happen.
exists. Yeah, I'm sure it exists. There's no doubt in my mind it exists. But just all the experiences I've ever had, that's not where what we would call the evil or the bad side of the church would be revealed, is in some hierarchical structure of men trying to vie for position over one another. It's because there's like shitty gray areas in the bureaucracy that allow people either to be deceitful or to be sloppy. And then that becomes like, that grows into like a festering wound, kind of, you know. That's more my experience.
Yeah, and I can understand, you know, I mean, the Catholic Church is probably the biggest offender, but I'm still not going to blanket statement all churches or hold ancient grudges. That's just not healthy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's a beautiful thing to hear anyway, because most people on both sides do have like this permanent stifled thing. Like, no, don't bring any pagans to the church. No, don't bring any Christians to the pagan potluck, right? You know,
Yeah.
there's I mean, the water's not gone far enough under the bridge for a lot of people I know. A lot of people are opposite too, though, where they're chill, you know. But there's
Yeah.
definitely institutional dissatisfaction on both sides.
And I get it, but to, like I said, it just,
I
if
think
you're
what
going to
you're
talk
talking about is
about,
just being healthier. You know, you actually understand what it means to become healthy, psychologically or spiritually. Because if you can't start to stop looking outside yourself for blame and be kind and forgiving even to your enemies or to people that you don't like, then you're still just stuck in being jostled around by anything that happens. Then what comes on the news actually has an effect over you at all times or whatever, you know, or
yeah,
worse yet, whatever news comes down the family line, you know.
yeah, I
Gossip.
caught up with some coworkers, and that's what one of them was telling me. She's like, man, I just listened to this girl talk about how much she hates Jesus because she's so proud of being pagan. I'm like, you cannot like the church, but if you're going to sit here and understand different deities, there's really not a lot to hate about Jesus. Sorry.
I mean, that's the reason that's just the reason I'm still with him now. It's like, you know, I mean, I've had highly critical times where I've decided, hey, I'm going to look at this with the jaundiced eye, and I certainly don't believe it like I did when I was 13. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, Jesus is still my hero and my favorite guy. Like, this guy's a badass, and he doesn't, you know, literally doesn't do anything wrong. So I don't know how you could really hate him, but I understand why, because it's easy to look at the hypocrisy that comes out of all of the different variety of Christianities, and then to still claim that at the same time. It's easy to project all of the actions and the bullshit of the church back through Jesus and say, well, this is the reason, because these idiots all follow this guy, you know, and they all think he's right. And there's all these fault finding, you know, missions you can go on against Jesus that I find a lot of them pretty legit, you know, like the idea that he's training everybody up to be pacifist and not to fight and defend themselves and to willingly put themselves in a position of victimhood is understandable, you know. I mean, I don't think that that's the correct interpretation of it when you look at the actual example, but I totally get it still. I get it, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking at some point of reading some Celtic myth because I was talking to Regan earlier. And I was saying, like, I grew up with the Bible and everything, and there were stories that I enjoyed, but I was reading some of these myths, and one of my favorite deities, was involved, and I started crying reading this story. And I haven't really experienced that. I wanted to experience that in church. I felt like I needed to. I felt like I was supposed to. And then here I am sitting reading about this guy in this battle scene and just like started crying. It was so beautiful. I could just see how beautiful it was. It was really,
to me, that's awesome.
Quite an experience.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, I've definitely had the experience of becoming emotional reading scriptures, but it's been a long time, and it's a common thing. But to me, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what scripture. I think all the mythology and all the scriptures are very similar tools. They just gave us all these mixed up ideas of how to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, but that's do you remember which story? I'm excited to go look at your and Ben's most recent publication. I was following along pretty good with the runes, and then I kind of got sidetracked on the last episode. So my plan is to go and listen to the second rune episode again, and then move on into the poetic eddas, because I feel a very powerful kindred spirit towards all things Celtic and Viking and all. So we've got pretty big Scottish ancestry history in our family, and so it's like I feel a strong pull to all that stuff.
Yeah, I've been really heavy into the Norse stuff, and mostly it comes from finding out that I have a lot more German blood than I thought. So for me, it's a German connection, even though I think there's probably some Scandinavian. But I've always had a huge connection with my Celtic side. I think this was in the story about basically the children of Danu and them coming to Ireland and the fight with the one eye. It's like this big whole thing. But it was specifically when Lou takes Balor out. Balor's the one eye villain. And just reading about that, just for some reason, just was so bright.
Just hit you.
It just hit me because I mean, I've really, Lou's probably my favorite. I associate him with Venus. So it was really just the way that the story was told really hit home, and just the valor, the purity of it. I don't know. It was really cool.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna have to go check it out.
Yeah. I
Oh,
had to
yeah.
drop the book in one of my groups. I'm like, you guys, it's a good story.
Yeah, you know something's good when you want to go share it. Sometimes I laugh at myself because I'm on a roll of shit posting between, Facebook, Jim's meme thing, and like my Discord server. Like I know I've got something I'm really happy with, or that I found something I'm really impressed with. If I find myself cross posting, to the fourth platform to try and get a laugh and make everybody smile, and it's funny. So obviously, if you can feel that way about memes, feeling that way about actual mythos and scripture is, I would say, at this point, is still a more powerful feeling, folks. The memes may catch up in time, but they're not there yet.
They're pretty close.
They really are pretty close. It's kind of scary, isn't it?
It kind of is. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, what the hell? I'm resentful too that Richard Dawkins allegedly coined the word. Like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
I think I might bounce.
Yeah, I think I'm
Kids
almost
first.
done here too. It's getting late. But yeah, thanks so much for BSing.
Yeah, it's fun. Love you guys. Thanks for hosting and all the good reading and sharing cool art. It's always a good time.
Yeah, I'll have to set something aside to read next week. I didn't grab anything. I've got books all around me, so I could always just grab something random, but it's better when you make a little bit of a plan, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd say I would read more of that Salvador Dali book, but my God, the man writes even more insanely than he paints.
Man, I can only imagine.
It's really good. I mean, I love it. I love Dali, but wow, he totally uses like stream of consciousness in his writing, and it's really, really verbose, and it's translated, of course. So it's like the translator did a great job, but what the hell am I reading? Dali.
Yeah, his was the episode I wanted to watch of our Excellent Picture Show. I think you guys, at least it was in the title. I don't know how much you talked about it, but
Oh, I remember that title. Yeah, I don't know how much we might have talked about Dolly a little bit. I remember that title though, because one of my daughters had a doll, and I named it Salvador Dali. It was a little
That's
female
funny.
doll, So.
I think there was something synchronistic about him. I don't know if I think we have a similar birthday, and that was when it was.
That's
which would be
interesting.
totally nuts. Yeah. Yeah, same
Yeah,
day.
I found out the other day that Bob Ross and I share a birthday.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and people are always bringing me his stuff too. Like I bought some of his books. I haven't tried any of the techniques out of it, and I mean I have stood there and tried to paint along with Bob Ross, like just on a whim, but it didn't go very well. Like how it is. If anyone's ever done that, like you have to work at it a while before you start to get some beautiful results. It's not like it's quite as easy. I mean, I guess if you're a pretty experienced painter already, I might do better now to try and do it than I did back then. But yeah, people always like bring me T-shirts with him on it and stuff, and so to me it was. I've always loved him, of course. It's Bob Ross. How could you not like him?
Yeah, he's got some skills.
I did always want to paint that way.
Well, he to me that would be a fun episode of this show. We could do some kind of a spin-off of this, a one-time spin-off where we all get set up and intentionally choose some episode of Bob Ross and everybody try it and then show
great.
their work, you know.
That was one of my favorite episodes of I'm sure you've heard of Jenna Marbles on YouTube.
I've
Jenna
heard.
Marbles. That name
Yeah,
sounds familiar.
she's always been a nut, and I kind of followed her on and off. But she did do an episode where she tried to paint like Bob Ross, and it was probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Because she's a
That might be worth
perfectionist.
watching. Oh yeah. So she was really suffering probably then.
She probably was. That's probably the point of the video. Watch me suffer.
Yeah, I appreciate people that intentionally put themselves in super cringe situations on the internet, because even if it is just for clout and trying to get stuff, like, I mean, I have a hard time watching picture shows sometimes because me and Jim are just sitting there hanging out bullshitting. We're not going off of any script or anything. And it's like, oh my God, I'm just running my mouth. But I mean, people like it, I guess, but that's way different. That's just me being cringy at my natural self, not intentionally doing something that's super cringy. I mean, I just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Like, no, thank you. I don't want to. Like, could you imagine, Jim, someone gives us a CNC machine for just 10 hours and we're going to live stream it. Okay, we're going to figure this thing out. We're going to make something. We've never fucking touched the thing before. It just makes me sick thinking about it. I'd do it. I would do that if someone wants to hand over their machine and see if we break it or not. But
That'd be
but it
fun.
would still be cringy looking at our part, you know. You know, it would be 10 hours of me and Jim looking at the exact same screen, pushing the exact same buttons and fucking nothing happening.
Somebody would watch it through to the end. Somebody would.
They would. Actually, that's not true, Jim, because we've got such a solid fan base that if that was the case, Ryan Martin would call me on the phone and be like, look, you got to do this and then do that and then do this and then do that and definitely don't do this. And then we'd make a little tiny piece of progress that way.
Oh my gosh.
You see, all I
Alright.
care about is making the leather out of this stuff. You know, can you guys see that on the? Probably can't see the colors, but
Are you making texture?
yeah, I just can't help myself. Like what I do is I get the clay kind of wet, and then put some dry bits in it and run it through the roller and do it again and do it again, and you get this total mottled, like spotted bright colors with dull colors effect.
You want to hold it up again?
Yeah, you see it, and it's. I don't know if the.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see
Yeah.
how many different colors are in there. And see, then this is a face I made over here, but it's probably hard to see because it's so dark. But see the eyes. So that's another thing I've been doing is making. I take the tinfoil and I use it as an armature for the sculpture, and that way I can shape it a little bit and get it to take some texture and shape without it being too weird. I don't know. It's really funny to me, Jim, that we started with all of this with you know, you not being too persnickety or picky about me messing with the wax sometimes. And here we are, it's probably 4 or 5 years later. And I'm still doing the same thing with my hands, only it's not wax. So I have to improvise all of these techniques because the wax sets up. You know, the wax is either so hot that you can't touch it or so wet that you can't do anything with it, or it's coagulating and becoming congealed. And as soon as you start to touch it, you can kind of keep it soft for a little while, but not for very long. You can get it hot again, but that, you know, wax and clay are very different.
You definitely developed a voice with it.
Yeah, it's working. I'm happy with it. One time, Rachel, I was looking at this gorgeous what was it, a parrot that Jim had sculpted And so I asked him, how did you do that? Like, what did you do? And Jim said, oh, I just used wax and drank tequila. And I had to believe him too. Like I was looking at him like, see if he's being tricky. And it's like, no, this guy's being serious. He
Yeah.
just got some really high quality wax and some tequila, and he just kept messing with it until it looked like a parrot, like a really gesture filled. Jim's parrots move. They're not stiff and rigid, you know. They look like they're doing something.
I sculpted that thing for like 8 months, and then I stuck it in the freezer and smashed it, and then started over again. And it was a lot more lifelike and flowing the second time. And I did it like in like 2 weeks instead of 8 months.
Yeah. So wait, so you smashed it and completely started over from scratch?
Uh,
Like smashed
no,
it up or smashed it and then put the broken pieces back together?
I smashed it and then I kind of cut. I radically cut and chunked out parts and kind of started over
Yeah.
again. But
Yeah,
That's a-
because see, that's what I thought you meant, you know, is that like
yeah,
you
pretty much.
smashed it, but still used it, still salvaged it somehow.
Like most of it shattered, and it was in enough pieces that enough. It was about 60% of it fell away, and I was able to
Yeah.
put it back together a little bit better.
Yeah, see, to me, that's real valuable insight. There's your art lesson, folks. Pay close attention. You got to be willing to smash it far enough that you can build it back better. You hear that, Biden? You stuttering, bumbling idiot.
Well, I get so
You know what?
excited.
If he could hear me, he'd say, well, that's what we're trying to do, Sean. We've got about 60% smashed, and we're trying to get the other 50% smashed today.
So they're working on that.
Weirdos. Imagine
All
that
right.
being your life.
Night, you guys.
Yeah, we chased her out of here. We started talking about politics. Good night, Rachel.
Right.
Talk to you soon.
I gotta go.
Yeah, it's late. I'm almost done too. Got one more piece here.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah. See you next time.
And plus, I can't. You know, what am I gonna do? Just bail? It's just me and Jim. That's that. There's a time when this is all we did. It's just me and you. And I don't mean broadcasting. Is okay. We're still here. There's a 12-foot thing. We got the right part this time. Ready, set, go.
Yeah, I was so surprised to hear about Chance's family
Yeah, trippy, right?
business endeavor. Yeah, it's crazy.
Very, very tempting and interesting to me to find out just what the true parameters of what they're willing and interested to do are. Because if we can send anything and get it in stainless steel, it's tempting. It's stainless steel.
Yeah. Well, I know some places that'll cast it.
Yeah.
Just that polishing part was nothing I could ever do on my own. I mean,
Oh no, it just takes hours and hours. People
Yeah.
don't understand. You
So-
can describe it all you want. Like if we went and found somebody time lapsing some fine art stainless steel piece. Remember, I thought I showed you there was these huge stainless steel sculptures in the middle of one of the big casinos in Vegas. And I thought I sent you pictures of it. And this would have been a long time ago.
maybe. What are they?
They're just like these huge swirling columns, and they kind of look like blobs of water or something. And they just go up and up. I'll find them sometime and show them to you. But yeah, it made me think like, oh my God, must have just been polishing on these
They
things.
look like splashes, kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
Is
I
it
could
in
try to
the
find them in
the
screen share.
casino with the Buddha in the entryway?
You know, I think we just went and gambled, and we didn't really go through the full part. Like we came in off the backside. You know, let's see. I think it was the aria.
Yeah, I think the aria, that might have been it. I don't remember. I saw a Quinn Michaels where he was talking about these drips as being like
the shapes that water makes when you put them into a singing bowl and then get the bowl resonating, that the water actually levitates.
Starts to levitate. Yeah, I think that's it.
And he was talking
Yeah,
about
I'll,
in those
I'll
big
screen share again.
those big ring accelerators, particle accelerators that they're
Yeah, he was
going around and
saying
around
that they're.
in a
He was
circle.
claiming that that they're underneath the floor here in Vegas and stuff. I remember all that stuff. I
And
wonder.
then-
I see him live streaming still sometimes, but I don't ever click on it. Do you ever click on his stuff?
I do. He's a lot of times he's still up to his old tricks, being abusive to his fans. And I mean, he goes off on real cryptic, like he starts out cryptic, and so I think a lot of people watch to figure out where it's going to, and then it stays
Yeah,
cryptic. Yeah, I think
yeah.
that-
It turns out he just poops in your hat and then begs and he gets mad at you because you don't send him money or share his stuff enough.
yes, I love this. This hotel has the most beautiful granite floors going through it. There's this one part through the hallways where it looks like there's so much depth in the floor. I'll have to find those pictures.
Yeah, but when I think it was I don't think I'd been working with you very long, and I saw these things and I was like, oh God, what a nightmare. To have to polish them.
Yeah. I wonder if it was Chance's family business
Now there's a good question.
polishing those things.
It could have been. That's crazy. You'd think Chance would have mentioned that right off though, but I don't know. He's a pretty sly, humble guy.
Well, it's hard to say. They probably, if they're the biggest polisher in the
If
country.
they're polishing everything, it's not like you can keep track. Exactly, that's true too. Like I don't know what we polished. What are you kidding? I'm just glad it's done. Actually, it sounded like he'd done a pretty good job of avoiding having to polish. He said he did work there, but he didn't have that sound of the grueling redundancy. That's another reason I think I loved wax. I think if I would have gotten in on bronze with just metal, if they didn't graduate me to patina, I'd probably quit. Like I'm not doing this. I'm not tooling metal. Forget it. No way. This is hard work. All day, every day.
Then you're
Like I could go work. Yeah, I could go work on a farm and be outside if I want to do this.
Yeah. It's even rough doing it for my own stuff.
Oh, no, to me, that's the one exception, right? Like, I mean, my stuff, sure, or your stuff if it's our project, but not just, well, let's not say any artist names, but I think you could imagine an artist's name who I might fill in right there.
Well, it sounds cool in theory, and then it's kind of romantic when you first do it, but then when you have to do it for hours and hours,
Yeah, that's just what it comes down
like,
to.
this is tedium and uncomfortable.
Oh, you just reminded me of this great screen capture that I grabbed somewhere. It was already a screen capture, but I captured it again, like with extra comments or whatever, like you do when you're finding cool stuff on the internet. But it was like someone had said, what strategy or no, what do you do to keep like a momentum and an interest, in your current projects? And someone had commented, I do not. like I do not keep, an encouraging attitude and momentum. Like I do not. Like what are you talking about? I just related to that so much. Like, yep, hey, that guy's a real artist. There's a Chuck Close was an amazing painter and he passed away recently. A bit of a pervert from what I've heard too, but it doesn't surprise me because
Who?
His name's Chuck Close, and like CLOSE. And Chuck Close famously said that amateurs look for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. It's so true, right? Like you can't wait to be inspired. You just gotta just start doing something that you already know how to do.
Yeah. Well,
and then stuff will come out. If you
that's
make
why
some glorious mistake, then you might become famous and wealthy. If you accidentally fuck up just right, so that something good happens that you could have never imagined or expected.
That's why it took tequila and an 8-month smash. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just have to get started when I have it, whether I'm ready to go or not. And
Yeah.
I get real excited about it, and then halfway through, I realize my major mistakes in planning, and like, you can either try to continue it out and be unhappy with it the whole time, or start over, or plan to the nth degree, which is not really that much fun. Kills the inspiration, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean, some people can work really effectively that way. In a way, I admire them, but at the same time, I feel bad for them because I know, like, to have that far-reaching of a plan and to bring it to fruition perfectly, it can be done. It works, but to me, it saps all of the joy. And so then maybe you finally get some satisfaction when you're done or when you're almost done. But the rest of, to me, it's like painting a car. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll be glad to paint a car with you, but I'm no dullard on what it means to do it. It's not going to be fun. We're just going to be working and working and working to get the car perfect before we ever consider touching any paint. We're not going to get any paint. We're
Yeah.
going to get Bondo and sandpaper and grinders and extra metal and all the stuff we need to really, really fix the car. Well, it's not going to be any fun. It's not going to be no inspirado.
Yeah, it's like
Just work. hard work. I guess we're just true slackers, Jim.
well, yeah, the slack runs deep.
Bob was right.
Bob
Can't
was
really take
right.
that away from him. That'd be a good T-shirt. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Bob was right.
Bob was right.
Just for the big nuclear bomb, just to make it an even more hilarious laugh. I'd put something fake on there.
Yeah.
I got to give him credit. That's a really good one. They must have learned that from an old ancient manuscript. I wonder sometimes if the Indian manuscripts about quote unquote nuclear bombs, if you get the better versions of them, if maybe it's not telling you how to fake nuclear bombs, that's the real. It's not telling you that stuff is real. It's telling you how to pull it off. Like, oh, here's how you really get in their head. Make them think you have a weapon that destroys the earth in its entirety, just wipes out whole continents.
Well, it seems like the Vimanas were all about deception, because there would be a ship, and then it would project into 100 different ships so that they could never tell which one was the real one.
Right.
So, it sounds like deception.
I think you're right.
Magical deception.
It's weird to think that all the stuff that they want us to believe is definitely real. Most of it really is just some kind of craftiness with language and images.
Yeah. Well,
and if you really get down to the brass tacks, they can't really offer you anything except for more language and more images. And they might want to get tricky and use the language of math. I'll give them that. That's one way they definitely keep a lot of people under their spell by moving out of regular language and into mathematics, because then it becomes easier for the people, especially people that really understand mathematics. Then they feel like they're seeing something that's definitely indubitable. It's you can't be disproven, which still, of course, is not true.
Because the formula still adds up, but its relation to reality is, it's
minimal.
It's just sort of suggested.
Most messed up thing is, like, I remember when I found the quote from who's the main guy that worked on light and everything, Newton. Like, there's a quote you can find from Newton where he says, hey, don't take all this math and theorizing about spheres and things being far away and rotating and moving literally. This is all just theoretical. It's just a useful tool we're using to describe what we're doing, And so to me, it's really funny that it's like he'd probably be screaming and pulling his hair out by the handfuls. You can see it's now. Like, what? They believe that that's the actual cosmology? Like, they're taking this literally?
Yeah, I think because everybody doesn't understand it, but they don't want to tell everybody that they're dumb, and they don't really get
That's
it.
just it. Yeah. Really comes down to that, doesn't it? That people can't really stand the thought of their ass showing, which makes it so that your ass is actually showing all the time, because then people figure out the truth and they try to tell you. That's one of the reasons I really love and appreciate you, man. I came and dropped the hottest potato in your lap. Like, hey, man, I think the Earth's flat. Totally forgot till just now. Just figured it out again. And you like went and stewed with it, but you came back around. You're like, I think you're right, man. I think it's flat.
I was like,
oh, this is
no,
crazy.
no, I don't think so, but that's interesting. I'll check it out. And then I was like, I was like, wait a second.
You came back like 3 or 4 times with good information on how to be more skeptical of it and really make sure that we're not fooling ourselves. But we just couldn't. I was almost kind of excited, like, oh, thank God, maybe this guy's just smarter than me and he can figure it out.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking pretty hard about it, trying to
Man.
prove you wrong. But
Yeah, I think it really is. To me, the weirdest thing is that it comes down to people either really clinging to some kind of authority and calling it good, or being like, nope, I'm just testing me versus my senses here. And my senses are telling me, golly gee, doesn't seem like there's any curves.
yeah,
To me, the most messed up thing was like watching hours and hours and hours of reading up on satellites and watching footage of rockets. And every time without fail, no matter which country it was, no matter what era it was, the video cuts out right at the boundary between uh, quote unquote atmosphere and outer space.
the
And then it
blackness of
comes,
void.
yeah, well, it cuts out and then it comes back as like the beep beeps of the machines and the inside of the space capsule, back in the control room with all of the helpers. Like one crappy shot away from the ship that's literally right next to the rocket engine, and it's just so weird that like it cuts out, like it buzzes and cuts out every time, like it's part of their little script they have to follow. And then that movie that we watched it during picture show that one time before anybody, before we really had any audience at all.
The Aeon of Horus.
No, the trip to the moon.
Oh yeah, that French movie.
Yeah, and somebody made it like a nice. They dubbed some decent music to it.
Yeah,
Some band did a pretty good job of dubbing their music to it.
was it?
Yeah, I
Air?
remember sitting there. Air, it was Air. Yeah. Because I still love that version of it. That's a great. Like they colorized it a little bit, I think, not a whole bunch, but they colorized it.
Yeah, like Sepia did or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's good. It's a trippy ass movie, man.
it's some predictive programming, I guess. if you
Yeah, it's
call it
so
that.
weird because they give the whole game away. Like they show the wizards change their clothes and become scientists.
Yeah, it was
Like,
like
and they agree.
150 years of rocket science in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Pretty much what it is, with the Project Bluebeam ending of project.
yeah. Only it's the opposite. Instead of the aliens coming here, we go to them. I mean, we bring them home too. But the most messed up part to me, I guess, was that capsule. Remember, the capsule is identical.
You know what? I didn't.
They
Didn't that
escaped the
happen
moon.
recently? Leon Musk, he sent a rocket up and it crashed into the dark side of the moon a couple of days ago or something.
Yeah. They said something like that. I didn't click on any of the articles or headlines, but I did see that for sure. Yeah.
It was like a mistake or something, or it malfunctioned, I guess, and then it supposedly crashed into the dark side of the moon. That's all that I read, and I instantly had images of that black and white old.
So funny. We're so gullible. Like one of the richest guys in the world is definitely going on Alex Jones' show and smoking a blunt with him and talking about space, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, we're so gullible as I don't know. I guess in a way I still see that as very good and not bad. The fact that mankind is still full of love and whimsy and thoughtfulness for things in such a childish way, I guess I can't see it as truly bad. I just see it bad that they're obsessed with taking advantage of us. You know, we're just nice guys. We're all just almost all of us are just nice guys,
Yeah.
and we don't really doubt anything. We believe you. We believe you. Not only that, we're excited to be proud about whatever you told us. Like we're gonna get behind it and do it, man. We believe it.
Yeah, because that's really cool. And you
Yeah.
must have the best interests of humanity in mind.
It makes me think. It makes me wonder if Bart Siebel was a shill, or if they just kind of duped that guy into playing his little role. That movie, what do they call it? The Wicker Man. To me, I think a lot of the world is just that simple. That it's really just the Wicker Man. You know, that they get somebody in a role where, as long as you keep kind of participating on a certain level and playing your part, they can lead you along, and then something magical happens. You know, and then of course in the movie that unfortunate fucker gets to die, but I don't think it's
Yeah.
always that someone has to die. It's that it's the symbol of the movie that, hey, magic is happening as long as you get one dupe who's willing to be naive and play along, you know, to be a good Christian, quote unquote, right?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to believe to be the dupe either in the magic.
Right.
He was not
Right.
a believer in the magic at all, but it was that doubt and curiosity and fear of the unknown that funneled him right into it,
Yeah.
blinded him.
In a way. Yeah, in a way that's the scariest part too, right? Like, oh, like we don't have to believe, we can just be funneled away if we're not careful.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to be said, is there are possibilities of futures, and really that's all the wizards and magicians have, is to convince us that the reality they want is the reality that we're going to get.
Yeah.
And so we
That's it. Yeah. And then we make it happen for them. And that's why they're always trying for the redo and trying to improve and change everything so much, is because we never quite imagine it the way that they're selfishly imagining it themselves. So they always have to augment and change their plan yet one more time, because they're not happy, can't be content and at ease in their skin, you know.
Yeah, that's
Trying
why.
for that selfish position, you know, make it more like I want.
Well, don't forget that nuclear war, you know, and don't forget that we could be in a war with Russia. Don't forget blue and yellow, you know.
It's strange, so strange. Like they really, like we waited our whole lives being told that it was going to come down to something like this, and now here we are, and it's not believable to me at all. It's like, oh man, I mean, I see where this would have gone if I wouldn't have woken up a little bit here, but yeah, I'm not scared to death. I'm not worried. I'm not. I'm taking advantage of the opportunity to make sure that certain things are in place, because we don't know how far they're going to take their little weirdness with
Well,
all
that's
this.
just
I mean,
smart.
we're years in now, and so we don't really know what's going to happen. But yeah,
I'd say disconnect from the beast, whether or not we're going to be in a nuclear winter of cannibalism or just another crappy year.
yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. Definitely, disconnecting from the beast seems like a really good idea, regardless of what outcomes might prevail. And I don't know, it seems like they can't accomplish their goals without also enacting the opposite too. You know, it seems like whatever that thing is that they want also causes the opposite to happen. So it
Yeah.
seems like the closer they get to getting us under complete control, the closer we also get to being completely free somehow.
Well, I think that both possibilities always exist in the future. And you know, that's what real black magic is trying to make their will reality, which is
Right.
convincing us to walk into that future that we don't want. It's like when you're riding a bike, when you learn how to ride a bike as a kid, and you're all wobbly and you're pedaling down the sidewalk, and there's a tree next to the sidewalk, and you're looking at the tree thinking, I don't want to hit the tree, and you're looking at the tree, I don't want to hit the tree, I don't want to hit the tree, and you
That's
crash
right.
right into the tree.
That's what happens.
But if you're looking past the tree at the playground that you want to go to, and don't even think about the tree, think about that playground and look at the playground, then you're going to end up at the merry-go-round and the slide.
Yeah, and it just takes time. I think that's the main thing. You're right, man, because they do that to us on a psycho-spiritual level, everything you just described. And so then they try to infantilize us and make it so that we don't actually develop and grow, because they know as soon as we grow up spiritually, just like we did physically, then we'll stop. We won't, we won't look at their predictive programming type idea and embrace it in any way. We'll look past it at a, maybe not a utopia, but at a world that's reasonable to exist in. Even
Yeah.
if death still exists, it'll still be reasonable to exist in, at least. And
then what power do they have at that point?
Yeah, then they have to hunker down and hide in a cave until they can start over with the next generation or whatever.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm curious to see if seems to me like that's what might happen, is that if things do finally seem to go against them, which it seems like the stars are kind of aligned for these guys to finally have to lose a little bit. I'm not saying lose the whole thing, but lose a little bit. It makes me wonder if they'll retreat like cowards and run away. Because it doesn't seem like the people that have that energy of wanting to get everything into their own hands by fiat, it doesn't seem to me like they have any actual will to fight at all.
No.
Like, I don't think they can. I don't think they can fight. They can't stand and fight at all. It's all just lies.
It's all suggestion. It's all man behind the curtain.
Yeah. Makes me think they want to be caught. I saved all my clothes from when I was working with you, so now when it's time to get dirty, I put my old fine arts uniform back on.
Oh, nice.
Except for pants, I've got some pants stashed away. I haven't gotten those out just yet. But figure it's 2 o'clock in Idaho. I got almost 2 full trays again.
Cool.
I'll check this one out here. I'll hold this one. Let's see. Can you see it better there?
I can highlight. Let's see. Spotlight. Oh, you're gonna have to turn off your screen share.
Oh. Let's stop looking at the aria.
There you
Oh,
go.
I guess I could do this too, since I'm tearing down here. I'll just go like this real quick here. So. Where's the flipper jipper? Because this camera's gonna be much better. But yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, cool. Looks like a surprise Darth Maul.
Yeah, that's funny. It reminds me of those Japanese masks from the theater where the masks pop down. Now that's fired. This stuff isn't fired yet.
Darth Maul's fired.
Yeah, that's fired. And then all this stuff in this little tin right here is fired. You fired.
You fired.
See, I'm always tempted to make these little tent shapes, like just these geometries like this,
Oh, that's cool. Like
not like that guy. Like, that's a pretty modeled look,
Yeah, it looks like a.
Oh, did you see the glasses? I'm afraid to pick him up. He'll probably break. His mouth already broke.
Oh, wow. They look like
those are
tubes. That's very cool.
Oh, this is great too. See there? This is a piece of shit. And I stamped 6666 in it.
Oh, nice.
And I showed you the shield already, right?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's it. That's a secret gift.
It's a secret. Secrets.
So anyone who's still listening gets to hear one of my secrets, and that's that I'm gonna, in the long run, I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start an IRL mail campaign. That's what we're gonna do. That's where the real stuff's gonna happen. You're gonna receive things in the mail and send things in the mail. It's already happened. Someone sent me a little black jar of honey. I've been eating a little tiny bit of it here and there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I've sent stuff off too. Like I sent gifts to some of my clients, and you know, I've been meaning to send something to your address because I haven't memorized because it's so simple to remember, but I just haven't done it yet. But you'll be getting something in the mail too. I don't know what, but something will be coming your way.
When the time is right.
I could really mess you up and send all of the Fimo that I've made so far. Put it all in a really nice case with a bunch of padding, so you're like, what the hell is this box? And you open it up and it's all of the clay. But I wouldn't do that to you because I know it'd give you a horrible panic attack. Like, oh God, it's gonna get broken or ruined. Why'd you send it to me? Don't you know it's gonna be destroyed now?
Yeah, I'm short on shelf space at the moment, but
I mean, that would be the real reason to send it, is the vision in my mind of you holding the box in your arms and knowing full well that there's not any place you can set it down, and that asking someone to help you to make room to set it down is considered absolutely rude and unacceptable. So you just have to solve the problem on your own by kicking things. Usually you try to use 1 foot and wedge something out of the way. That's how I do it. Like, oh shit. I used to tease Johnny about that. I guess. Oh, I told you. One final story, and then I'm going to get out of here. I walked the dogs over at the cemetery next to the house, and I've got a tandem leash, and I've been taking these 2 pugs together, and they're doing okay. But the little girl pug just beats the hell out of Baja while she's on the tandem leash. Of course, you know, she wants to aggravatedly play and run, and it just doesn't really work. So, but she did really good today. But as I'm walking through the cemetery, I look down, and one of the graves says Wilmot. And it's just a really rare last name, you know, and that's Johnny's last name, Wilmot. You know, rest in peace, Johnny. I'm not afraid to say your name on the air, whether you were alive or dead. It wouldn't have mattered. I'd have said your name. So of course, I have to scruff the leaves around and confirm the spelling. Like, it is Wilmot. Like, almost nobody's named Wilmot. And then the first name is Milton. Milton Wilmot. And so it's just like, okay, this is taking the synchronicities off the chart here, because that's where the little town Johnny lived in, is Milton Freewater.
wow, yeah.
So isn't that weird? And then I look, and the grave's from 1943 when the man died. I'm thinking, whoa, bro, like it was 1887 or 86 or something. He was born 1943. I was like, this is an old ass grave.
Wow. Yeah.
He died 5 years before the true official end of World War II and Israel becoming a state and all that stuff. That's crazy to be that far back.
43. Huh.
Yeah, I think that's right, because I think Israel was created 48.
When was Johnny born?
And Johnny would have been born 58, I think. No, I think it was 62. I think he's just a little bit younger than my mama. I'd have to look to be sure. Let's see, what else do I need to do? I should be gathering up stuff here. Let's see. Let's turn off this computer. This version of Sean's leaving. Bye, everybody. And oh yeah, I found my crappy old headphones to plug in, and if I I think it was 62. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay, let's also close the YouTube live stream. Yeah, with just the 2 of us, it makes me forget that we're on the air.
I know, it's easy to do.
But I can't do that. Don't be too casual now, Sean.
Hey, I think we still got some people watching. Says
Well,
10.
yeah. Thanks to the holdouts for sticking with us. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jim, for putting this thing on, because it's really motivated me to you know, at least shove everything out of the way in my art studio where I can start to get some things done. And every week I can kind of zone off and doodle out with apparently with Fimo clay, and then come out here and bake it the next day. And I appreciate it.
There's mine. Drawing for the day.
Yeah, I like it a lot, man. I could see blowing that up into a mural on the side of a building in San Francisco or something.
Or shrinking it down to a stamp.
Well, if you take a picture of it, I can shrink it down into a shrinky dink when I start to get some of that rolling.
All right. I'll figure that out here.
Yeah, anytime, just send me a picture. I just need to put this stuff away. What do I need? Well, I need air. That's the main thing. Oh, I need this computer. Did I ever play that song? I wrote a song called I Need Air. It's like, I need air just to breathe for a minute. I need air to fill my lungs. I need air to supply oxygen to my heart, skin, flesh, and bones.
I may have heard that.
Kind of a punk rocky song. I love this woman, and she almost died completely, and the ambulances intubated her in the street. And I was so frustrated and shocked by the whole event that I wrote that song. And then, like a year later, I was still so pissed off. I wrote a different song about wishing I would have let her die. I know you've heard that one.
Yeah. Remember that one.
Interesting how the body will try to deal with trauma. Oh, that's weird that the light looks a lot more yellow in the camera. Somebody had these photography lights for $40 for 3 of them.
Yeah, those are cool. You lucked out.
So, and I found some like here. I'll show you a secret. Look in there. Let's see. I found those Edison-y bulbs. So it gives it that really colorful. You know, I'd pull it off all there. I don't know if you can see it because it's so bright, but you know, it's one of the beautiful things about. No, they're filaments. You see, I don't know how bright it is. I can't tell. I guess I could do it this way and it'd probably work better.
Well, they look yellow in your white balance.
Just trying to. Yeah, see there, you should see them like that.
Yeah, it looks good.
And then the other one I have all full of blue lights. I've got 2 of them. I got 3, but of course 2 work. So it's just like anything else. You buy used stuff that's kind of junky, and you manage to salvage 2 out of 3. And the other ones are all blue. So if I put them together, it looks pretty full spectrum. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's cool.
And I didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't like this grand plan or anything. I just noticed like, hey, these are really yellow and the other ones are kind of blue. So I shoved them right in front of me and took some pictures. Like, hey, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, I wrote an idea here. A wind chime bicycle, pedal and drum to make it hum. I was imagining like a stationary bicycle inside of a really big wind chime apparatus, where you're pedaling and it just makes the wind chime noises, but then you can like slap the handlebars and it gives you a bing bong or like a low gong noise. Or then I'd probably be interested to exercise.
That's a good idea.
If we made it so that if you pedal really hard, it gets more slow and more quiet. You know what I mean? Like when you first get on and you go slow, make it like really loud and rackety, and you have to pedal hard and get a steady, consistent rhythm going, and then it mellows out and gives you this really tonal, like blissed out state. But you have to get working physically hard to get there. Wouldn't that be cool?
Like there's a weight that also moves forwards and backwards and gives you an awful shudder until you get up to speed, and then it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you get it. Exactly. It's got some kind of a big ballast weight. So when you first start, it really rattles and hums and like tries to resist against you. And you get it up to momentum so that it wants to take off enough. And then it settles out and it's really hard. You have to pedal hard and keep it moving. Like maybe make it so that you have to move, dysfunctional or less than normal ways, like you have to push out to the left or right with your knee at the same time of pedaling, or you like have to move something with your elbow, you know, to really make the whole thing work right. Don't you worry, Jim. Someone's going to find these. It might be 20 years from now. They're going to find these recordings and they're going to be like, these guys are right. We need to make that. They're just going to drop the Bitcoin right into our account. It's going to be like 20 million to get started. We're going to call Kanye on the phone and say, how would you do this?
You have to get some metal detector shoes that slip right into the clips on the pedals.
Yeah, exactly.
Magnetic
Instead of
metal detector shoes.
Instead of Bluetooth into your phone, they Bluetooth to your augmented reality contact lenses.
And your phone, which is inside your head, I guess.
Yeah, the joke used to be funny that everything was going to be more fun once we're inside the machines, but it's not really funny anymore. I don't really find much humor in it anymore. I don't want to go inside the machines. I don't think it's possible, guys. You guys are just acting dumb.
Yeah.
Double check here. Not leaving anything here in danger. Or no. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna walk very quietly inside the house because Edward is asleep in this room.
Well, should we call it a night then? I would imagine.
The door's open. That's why it's so confusing. Isn't that weird when that happens? I assume that you're the same as me and that you intentionally fumble around in the dark is just part of a normal part of your life.
Find that doorknob. Yeah.
I just do it. I turn the lights off and then navigate in the dark. I do it constantly.
Absolutely.
But the door was open, so I'm in the dark. I'm being really quiet. The door is open. I don't know how to solve that problem. I'll make sure all these other doors are locked. Yeah, we can shut this thing down, man. This is a great night. I appreciate it, Jimmy. It was fun.
Yeah, YouTube. Good show, my friend.
And we'll just see you next week.
Yeah. We'll see you on Saturday.
I guess see you on Saturday. Yeah, we'll do something on the spidery widery thing. Oh, my hat. I guess it's under my headphones. I'll just leave it on for now.
And all you guys watching, say